Welcome to the Western Canadian Championships 2024. I am Ryan Six-Pack Lapidat, accompanied in the booth
by Matt Bowen.
And we have the 76 kilo class and 83 kilo class. And Matt, obviously the 76s, previously home to Jessica Bittner, who's got a high bar, 567.5 total. And in the 83s, Kafui Hachiyame with 800.5 kilos. Head to head, oh, this got shout out by Gino there. Head to head in the 83s, we have Nick Manners and Adam Jansen. Previous rivals, it's all in the same flight, the 76s and the 83s. We will not take a break, and as soon as the 76s are over, go directly into the 83s. And kicking us off, Kayla Boisvert. 127.5 on the bar for Kayla.
Kayla's a paramedic out of Ottawa. She's here today. She just wants to crush some heavy weights and gain some strength for rugby. That's how she got into the sport. Now she does this because she prefers it. She likes it better.
Now we'll take it. We've got a lot of rugby players, football players. I seen Kayla yesterday watching some of the action, and she told me she was feeling a little bit nervous in the first squat. That's always when you're the most nervous. You just want to get on the board, get your foot in the door.
Absolutely, and this is the biggest Western Canadian Championships we've ever had in Canada for one reason or another, between the world qualifying teams, the size of the meet. We're at almost 500 athletes here today. Stakes have never been higher.
That is huge. Kayla Livingston, 130 on the bar for her.
Kayla wanted to say hi to her husband Shay back home, and her cats Kylo like Kylo Ren and Ray. She's a big nerd. She likes the Kraken. She lives by the Kraken, she dies by the Kraken, and here she goes with her first squat.
Nice, smooth, and easy. Little pop at the top.
These openers are going to be quite smooth. We'll see how it comes by the thirds, though.
Well, one would hope. Although sometimes you see some funny things happen. Some people cut a lot of weight, got some travel, and some people show up less than 100%. Samantha opening with 130 kilos as well.
It's great to see we have 10 seeds in this one, I believe. Oh, 11 lifters in this competition. It's at a regional championships, when you're fighting for something so prestigious and you have to compete with people at Centrals and at Easterns, you know, these people are going to be leaving it all on the line. We've called this Western Nationals 2024 for a reason. It seems to be a very high caliber collection of people from all over Canada, not just our Western four provinces. So Samantha seems to be excited. Let's see how she does.
No issues there.
Very concentrated.
Yeah, I remember actually, so Lane Norton had just dropped a video and was all hyped about it, and I remember when he won the USAPL Nationals, it was 500 competitors there. And now we have a Western Canadian that's 500 competitors.
It's amazing.
It shows you how quickly the sport has progressed. Chantel Bingley, 135 kilos in the bar for opening squat.
I'm appreciating our camera work for this highlight session. You know, we're in prime time. We've got a second camera roaming. Great production value from SBD and Pete Spence here. Very, very pretty.
Well, Pete does okay, but the camera work is good. Yeah, no, if you think about the level of streaming now for Western Regionals, I can remember when I first started commentating, 2016, the streams didn't look like this. Christina Petito opening with 135 as well.
We've come a long way from an iPhone on a tripod on Facebook Live, I gotta say.
That's a fact.
Christina opening up with 135 kilos.
That was smooth.
Very smooth, very smooth. 3-way lights for her.
And so far, all the ladies having no major issues.
Love the zoom-ins, love the close-ups here. Amal Ahuya coming up next.
140 kilos loaded on the bar for Anmal.
Gotta give a thanks to our presenting sponsor, SPD, outfitting our stage, outfitting our spotters with their socks and their shirts, looking color coordinated. Very smooth, very snazzy. Thank you, SPD.
You can see on the right-hand side, that is CPU President Jeff Budd himself doing some spotting and loading. He was commentating earlier. He gets involved.
Jeff, good guy. Better lifter, better friend.
Not sure what that means. So guy, great lifter. Michelle Irving, 140 kilos on the bar for her opening squat.
We're on session, 9 here? I believe Jeff has been on the platform for 8 of them so far. Jeff is absolutely incredible, his dedication to the sport, giving back. Recently elected CPU president after serving as VP for several years. The guy never stops.
And he's been, I'm going to show my age here, but I was powerlifting back in 2008. And when I first started, he was president back then. He's been powerlifting for decades, well-traveled, been on several national teams. A kid, but as nice a guy as you're going to meet, and has been giving back for decades. We're in good hands with Jeff as president. And Michelle, 140. And so far, everything going to script. No major battles. That's what you want to see for your openers. No question on depths either. These are easy calls for the judges to make.
So far, so good. So far, so good. You know, these refs, they've been working hard all week. You know, it's a long day. Some of them have been here all day. They may have done the first, second, even third session. Our jury, a lot of them have sat for every single attempt this weekend. You know, perhaps there's fatigue on the side of the athletes. Perhaps our refs are going to be getting a little tired and missing things. So far, so good.
155 for Victoria, coming out of Alberta. Victoria Ianzanzaniro. Whoa!
Oh!
Uh-oh.
Oh my goodness.
And Victoria is up quick. Exits the platform under her own power, and
we can only hope she's okay. That did not look good.
She's apologizing. No need to apologize. It was clearly out of her control. And the spotters and loaders prep the bar for the next lifter, Leah Cameron.
Yeah, there's been a lot of talk about dumping the bar recently, but that was a successful squat. That was not intentional. Something in that shoulder gave out. I hope she's all right and comes back for a second.
Stay tuned on that. 162.5 on the bar for Leah.
Yeah, Leah out of Calgary. She's the personal trainer and a yoga teacher. She wants to see how strong she could be, and that's why she got into powerlifting. And today she just wants to have fun and lift some heavy weight.
Leah, light 76, coming in at 71.85.
Big breakfast for her, I hope.
She could have easily made 69 kilos, but opting to go 76.
You know, I say breakfast, but it's more like supper. One of the dynamics here is we are lifting later in the day, which some people may not be used to. However, she smokes her opener.
Yeah, if you did have to cut weight, you don't have to get up early. You got all day to do so. Lily Riggs, 167.5 for her opening squat.
Now, Leah, she's out of Sekelt. Not sure if I'm saying that correctly. Sekelt. She's a gym owner and a trainer. She says, if boys can lift it, I can lift it. And that's her goal today.
I remember Lily. I'm going to have to ask her what championship I'd seen her. I want to say Junior Worlds not too long ago.
She's out of BC. She wants to break some personal and provincial records. And the thing about regionals like this is you can chip your national records, you cannot chip your provincial records. So if there are provincial records, we may announce them, we may not. However, they will be in the standard 0, 2.55, 7.5, back to 0 integer lifts.
It was Junior Worlds in Turkey that I remember Lily. I thought so. And that was a nice snappy squat. Janelle Martins, 175 kilos getting loaded on the bar for her. Janelle weighing in at 75.05, probably did not have to cut.
Bars ready for Janelle.
And Janelle, she's a lab and x-ray tech, also a personal trainer, an entire flight of personal trainers here it seems. Her coach suggested trying powerlifting and she loved it. She wants to claim another Alberta record here today.
Opening squat looks on point. We are just one lifter away from completing the first round of squats.
We got our first depth call here today, so when you see our red lights with the red ring, the ring on our system here today indicates what number of foul it is. A 1 is a red, a 2 is a blue, and a 3 is a yellow. Now, her hip crease was not below her knee, the top of her knee on her right side as per the judge on that side, not necessarily on the left. Some people have crooked squats, sometimes the viewpoint's different. That's why we have 3 judges. Best 2 out of 3, or 3 white lights gets you a good lift. 2 red lights or 3 red lights gets you no lift.
Rashina, 177.5 on the bar for her opening squat. Rashina scouted as the lady to beat here today.
Rashina, proudly from Saskatchewan. She's doing great, off to a good start.
Back at the top of the order were 137.5 kilos being loaded for Kayla Livingston.
Kayla coached by former CPU president Shane Martin, Mr. Smart Lifts himself. She's coming out.
If you're wondering about the open squat record, it's held by Jessica Bittner at 218 kilos. And when you got a lifter like Jessica Bittner in your weight class, it's going to be pretty tough to grab those national records. Chips will be hard to find, sir.
Absolutely. And we'll see how that goes today. One thing or another, these our 76s may still be able to get a world's contention spot based on their performances today or at the other regional championships. We'll discuss a little bit more about the pathway to worlds in the coming attempts.
Kayla Boisvert, 137.5, 10 kilo jump from her opener.
And like I said earlier, we're used to seeing just BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba at the Westerns, but Kayla is one of several lifters we've seen coming from out of province. She's from Ontario. So it's a big drive or a big flight from Ottawa to get here. I know you could probably speak for yourself, Ryan.
Yeah, definitely not a drive, but unless you started in January. But no, it's a big trip. We've seen people from Quebec all over Canada. Like you had said previously, this has really become one of the bigger regionals, almost turning into a mini nationals. 500 lifters, not really all that many. 2-1, by the way.
Yeah, exactly.
SBD throwing on the stream.
It's by far beyond just the numbers, the size of lifters. The quality this year is substantial. This feels like an international event.
Chantel Bingley, 142.5 for her second attempt. 7.5 kilo jump from her first.
Then Samantha.
You hear Gino out on the microphone. He's in from the United States. He lives in New Jersey, but he's here in Moose Jaw before he flies off to the States for a series of high school and collegiate competitions. Always on the road, always in the air. Thank you, Gino, for coming.
This is equaling Chantel's previous personal best. 3 white lights, setting herself up for a PR next. And Christina Potito up next. 142.5 will stay on the bar for her.
Now, we spoke about the likelihood of a squat record here today. Potentially, potentially not. We'll see. However, we still do have national or higher referees at this meet. There are no provincial referees out on the platform today, on the side chair, the head chair, or at the jury. In fact, our technical controller, Mayor Bergal, also is a national referee himself. So very high quality standard of lifting here today for our lifters to have to not try and fool Anybody. Standard is very high. We'll see how Christina does here.
Another Ontario lifter. And that's a good-looking second attempt.
3 white lights for her.
I'd say another 7.5 kilos might be in the tank. When you look at the projected, and obviously this is taking completed lifts and the openers, it looks like Rashina is a very heavy favorite.
Yeah,
But there's a lot of lifting left to go, and it's close enough that you could see pathways where possibly Janelle or Lily Riggs might catch up should she start missing.
we might have a battle at, we're just looking at those projected starting from Victoria upwards. We have 79 GL points up to 93. That's it's a bit of a gap. You never know what's going to happen, especially at that top end, 88 through 93. That's not a huge gap.
Samantha, 142.5.
Anybody watching at home wants to take a closer look at what we are referring to there. The score sheet is live on simplemeat.plmeat.com. That's symplemeet.plmeet.com. Produced by our meat director, SBD and Inner Strength Associate, Mr. Ryan Stinn, creator of this program. It's a smart program. Smart tablets are controlling the ref lights. It's integrated, it's seamless, it's all in real time, and we love it.
And Mo, 147.5 on the bar for her second attempt. Her personal best coming into the competition was 140. She opened with that. This will be a personal best should she be able to hit it.
Emil, not a personal trainer, software engineer.
And that was smooth. Began powerlifting in 2022. So you can see where the gains are going to come. Michelle Irvine up next, 150 kilos for her second attempt. 10 kilo jump from her first.
The bar is ready for Michelle, 150 kilos.
Michelle's conserved. She's looking focused, very calm. You're going to see a little bit of a difference in some of our athletes today. Some are going to be calm, cool, collected. Some are going to be hyped. Some are going to be in overdrive. Everybody's trying to reach their ideal arousal state to see how they can best lift the weight in their own style. And it's going to be nice to see the differences in stylings and how we're getting to the exact same weight for some of these lifters.
We're just 2.5 kilos shy of her personal best.
If you're interested in any of these personal bests, you can check out openipf.org for your kilos, or the openpowerlifting.org for your larger database of all lifts. Good weight selection for her. It looks like it's a good lift.
3 white lights, and no matter how training goes, whenever you start approaching a personal best on the platform, there's always a little bit of doubt that creeps in. It's not always a bad thing. A little bit of doubt creates a little bit of adrenaline as well.
Hey, you can, face everything and recover, or you can end run. So here we go, Victoria. She faced a potential injury on her opener. She did not get it. Now she's trying 155 for a second time. Her only missed lift the first time through. Let's see if she can get herself and get the crowd behind her to see if she can pull this off for her second attempt.
A little surprised to see her back out, to tell you the truth, the way she hit the ground. But she did wave it off. Wow.
And same idea there. It was close. She almost lost it at the top there.
Oh, that's a shame.
Fortunately, she did get called for the depth.
She might have been a little bit tentative after the first squat, and who could blame her, but she has one more squat in her. Yeah, I don't know. I think the strength looked like it was there.
Absolutely.
She just got to go a little bit deeper.
Her first time, I think her first lift was it was fine. It was perfect. It's just whatever's happening at the top for her it's an unfortunate thing. I've never seen that before. But you know what? She's got one more try. See if she can pull it off.
Leah Cameron, 172.5 for her second attempt. 10 kilo jump. These are relatively big jumps.
And Leah's a yoga instructor. She does have the flexibility. She does have the mobility. Sometimes that can be a deficit in a competition in powerlifting if you are too loose, but she seems to have an ideal depth. We'll see what the judges say.
3 white lights for Leah.
This is good.
Lily Riggs taking a 10 kilo jump on this attempt.
Lily Riggs, 177.5 for her second attempt. IPF Worlds veteran.
Bars ready. Here comes Lily. 177.5 kilos.
Lily aged out of that category now. Finds herself in the open amongst some of the nation's best, vying for a Team Canada spot.
She's looking determined. Now, open meaning anybody that is outside of the sub-junior and some of the masters lifters contention can enter the open. However, generally it's 24 to 39-year-old people that are automatically entered into the open competition. Not sure if we have any junior age lifters in this one, but as you said, Lily has aged out.
Second squat on point, moves like a should.
Two more in the second round of squats for us here, with Janelle Martins up next with 185 kilos, the same weight Rashina will be taking. Nice little neck and neck battle for the squats.
407 pounds. Then Rashina.
Similar openers in the bench press as well. All comes down to that deadlift sometimes.
Oh, a little bit of, I don't know if it's hesitation or there's definitely some jockeying around at the bottom of the hole. Didn't quite get depth.
I think it was commendable that she did manage to mostly go straight up. I don't think she did have any lowering of the bar, but she just didn't quite get deep enough at the bottom there.
Rashina coming out to 185 kilos as well.
Easy load for our spotters. And when you have a team like this, there's going to be 7 bodies up there helping. 5 on the platform, another 2 doing the rack heights. The speed at which these loads are being changed, very, very quick. Not your average local meet here today. Rashina has been doing this for a long time. Constant progress. Done some international competitions, looking to repeat that today with the results. Determined squat.
Yeah, it doesn't look much different from her opener. 3 white lights.
And starting us back off, the top with Kayla Kraken Livingston. Now, Kayla's my partner at the table the other day. She's very nervous in a positive way. Excited, let's say. People get to have a huge meet here today. Excited is a good thing.
Kayla Livingston, 142.5 kilos.
142.5 kilos for Kayla Livingston. This is the top of the order now in the final round of squats. And a reminder, there will be no break, and we will move directly into the men's 83 kilo class.
Something to be said about volunteering and lifting in the same week. Lifters giving back ahead of time, maybe calms the nerves. Maybe they're just being nice people. It's just great to see everybody involved with multiple hats on. And that, Ryan, looks like a good lift.
Kayla Boisvert, 142.5 stays on the bar for Kayla.
Kayla, same way.
Modest 5 kilo jump for herself.
She's hit 145 previously. This should be within her means.
You see your referee's hands are held up until they see that they are ready to start the bar. That means upright body, locked out knees, upright stance. And in this case, Kayla did get 2 to 1. The one side ref did think that she was not deep enough. However, that's a good lift, 2 to 1.
Chantal Bingley up next, 147.5 for her third and final squat. Taking a 5 kilo jump.
Chantel.
Once again, we see the camera following our athletes out to the platform. Really appreciate that Sheffield quality production, Mr. Spence.
Oh, it's a bit of a fight coming out of the hole.
She did manage to stay under. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
Good.
Very excited. Nice celebration for herself.
Next is Christina.
147.5 being loaded now, or stays on the bar rather, for Christina
Bars ready, 147 and a half
Potito,
kilos for
coming out of
Christina.
Ontario.
Again, travel to Moose Jaw from Ontario, that's at least a flight and then a drive. The home field advantage for some of our local Saskatchewan lifters may be there. A lot less stressful to come down the street than it is to fly, take a car, try and get here on time, fight with the weather, and still try and make your weight, and get here to lift your best 9-for-9 day that you can.
Oh, wow, that was a nice recovery. A little bit of a wobble on the way up.
It's still 3 white lights.
Spotters and loaders paid very close attention, but she rights the ship and locks it out.
Good lift is a good lift. It does not have to be pretty. Things tend to fall apart a little bit on meet day, but you know what? She got it. 3 for 3 thus far.
Victoria.
Anmal Ahuya, 152.5, 5-kilo jump from her second attempt.
And again, her one goal today is just to get to nationals. She wants that nationals qualifying total, and she's on her way. See if she can keep going with the 3 for 3 squat.
Coming into the competition, 140 kilos was her best squat. We're way beyond that now.
And she gets herself a good lift.
Good 3 white lights.
Now this is a bit a back to the wall situation for, nope, never mind. I'm jumping ahead of myself. This will be Samantha with 152.5. I thought we had Victoria up next.
Michelle.
The thing about simple meat, it's so fast, you're already onto the next lifter before you can blink. Those 3 white lights, that score sheet's updated. You know, just looking at her scoreboard here, it is almost unanimously green so far. It's a high percentage of completed lifts here today.
Samantha gets the wrap.
2 to 1.
2 to 1 called on death, but Samantha came into the competition with 135 as her best squat. Leaves with 142.5.
Gains are gains, man.
Now here is Victoria. The back is against the wall. Missed 155 in dramatic fashion for her opening squat. Came back out in the second attempt. Just called on depth. Strength was there. Didn't look like there's any injuries she carried forward with. 155, once again loaded on the bar.
Give her a round of applause.
All eyes on her right now. Must be feeling the pressure. Let's see how she did. Gina's got the crowd behind her. She's locked out fast. Gets down. Definitely deeper than a second.
Yeah, definitely looked better. 2 to 1. She stays in the meet. And talk about a dramatic squat session.
She's feeling good right now. Kudos to our spotters for staying nice and close to the top there. Keeping everybody safe. That was very nice to see that.
Michelle Irvine with 160 kilos for her third and final squat, taking 10-kilo jumps. Started at 140. If she hits this 160, covering a lot of ground in the squat event.
160 kilos, bars ready for Michelle. Then Lee and then Janelle.
A lot of fans out here today for her. Nice 10 kilo jump for her. Nice even increments. always appreciate a quick under-rack, quick setup. And that's what she's got.
Nice controlled
Very
ascent.
fluid.
Michelle gets 3 white lights, goes 3 for 3 in the squat event.
Happy spotters, happy coach, happy lifter.
182.5 now being loaded for Leah Cameron as we enter the 400-pound range. Leah in contention for a podium finish. Obviously going 3 for 3 in squats will help build that base to stand upon.
Yeah, our top 4 here, they're all projected above 90 GL points at this point. It'll be a tight race for might likely be for all the places. We'll see how Rashina does with that considerable lead, but Leah Cameron here.
Oh, and it dipped a little bit onto her right side. Not totally unusual for one hip to dip a little lower than the others, but unable to recover. And the spotters and loaders jumping in at the appropriate time. Janelle Martins now, 185, missed this on her second, retaking it now for her third and final. Janelle pacing for a podium finish, but it's going to be a battle. And what color will that medal be? Lily Riggs is hot on her trail, and 185 will stay on the bar for her. Oh, there's the sticking point. Can she fight through it? And whoa!
Stay under it.
Nice catch by the spotters there. It looked for a second like she might break through that sticking point. And now Lily Riggs has an opportunity to hit what Janelle missed and possibly gain some ground.
Scary moment for the spotters, but they did catch her. She almost snuck out from under the bar, but everybody was able to return safely. No harm, no foul.
Looked like she was tempted to abandon the bar, and Gino reminded her, stay with the bar. Always stay with the bar at all times.
Staying with the bar is something. Our spotters are going to be able to guide you up. You got to stay underneath to keep that thing balanced, but they will always be able to bring you back into the rack. So good catch from our spotters once again. Now Lily, she's poised. Very determined look. Solid.
Oh, it's a fight as well, but this time Lily nodding her head. She knew she had it halfway up. 3 white lights and she was right, and Lily enters the race for that podium.
That was the right weight for her.
Rashina
Absolutely, 185,
Brzezowski.
perfect third attempt.
Now Rashina, 190 kilos. 5 kilo jump from her 185 second attempt.
Family and friends, she's a local, very excited. After this, we'll move straight into squats for our 83 Open.
Wow, is she strong. And it looked like for a moment she might have lost a little bit of ground, but just too strong. Turns on the horsepower and locks that out. 190 kilos to wrap up the women's squat session in the 74 kilo class. And we are going to move directly into the men's 83s, where we will have a heated battle to represent Team Canada. And if you're wondering, 800.5 kilos is the number to beat to make Team Canada. Kafui Hochayame holds that, the North American champion. But in this field, we have world's bronze medalist Nick Manders and Adam Jansen. A 3-way rivalry in the 83 kilo class between Adam, Nick, and Kafui.
These 3 men have known each other over the years. They've competed directly, indirectly, from different parts of the country, head to head, several nationals, several worlds together. and it will be a tight race today. They have, as you said, Kafui's previous number, his total to beat, but there's also the Centrals. Next week there is the Easterns, but I don't think anybody's going to be in contention. This is CPU Western Nationals. We have Nick versus Adam, and we'll see how it ends up.
Rayner with 175, good lift there. On the board, Jordan Zier with 190 kilos for his opening squat.
And we'll be focusing sometimes on the world's caliber athletes, but this is a regional championships. These are big events for all of our athletes here in CPU. It's not just about our world's competitors, so we'll be focusing on everybody, including Jordan Zier here. Very, very easy opener. He looked great doing it.
This is good.
195 kilos being loaded for Paul Patilos. And I'm sure most viewers are familiar with the scouting reports on Nick and Adam vying for that Team Canada spot. Adam, the perennial subtotal lifter, big squat, big bench, might collect some chips, breaking some national records along the way, but Nick Manders deadlifts 800 pounds and can erase a lot of errors along the way with that 800-pound deadlift.
It's always the same story with those two. Adam starts out strong, has to compete with Nick's deadlift. It's not a competition until those deadlift thirds are done.
Nice smooth 195.
Carson Wendell up with 197.5. First of two, 197.5. And Carson's going first before Byron due to a lower lot number. He's lot 23, Byron is 24.
Carson Wendell, 197.5 for his opening squat. A little bit of work for an opener, but he does it. And it's difficult to tell. Sometimes some of these lifters, their openers look like work, but that's just how they squat.
Sometimes it's a little grind, sometimes it's not. The pressure here is a little bit higher than usual as well. This might be, for some of the provincial members, just their second competition. If you're from Alberta, Saskatchewan, this could be your second competition. You're going head-to-head with world competitors all in the same flight. So pressure's on. This is a prime-time event. Stakes have never been higher for these athletes, potentially. So a grind on a normal day versus a grind at Western Nationals, hard to say. A lot of variables.
Byron Wiley with 197.5 for his opening squat.
Byron's from Edmonton. He's a powerlifting and strength coach and a personal trainer at Evolve Strength.
Makes easy work of 197.5. And Byron, a relatively small 83, weighing in at 80.06.
Another man who got to have a great supper today, I guess. 3 meals a day for Byron.
Nathan Lee up next. 205 kilos for his opening squat. Nathan coming in with a personal best 210.
Nathan Lee.
Speaking of what these lifters weighed in, Nick Manders got sick leading into the event, able to eat into it, but weighed in 81.7.
Then Renton, then Jeremy.
We'll see if he's at full force. Squats is really going to be the indication. You never know if you're going to turn that corner until you get some real weight on your back.
And you have to think, did he lose some strength during the sickness? Did he not? Is being able to eat full capacity today, is that an asset for him in competition? He's used to eating, he's used to competing empty, he's used to competing dehydrated. Now he's comfortable today. We'll see how it works. I know Nick's also an evening athlete. He goes to bed later in the day, so this is more comfortable for him. Nathan Lee, 205.
Makes easy work of that.
Wow, he made that look easy.
Rampton, 210 loaded on the bar for his opening squat.
Rampton.
Representing British Columbia.
He'll have you know he's from North Vancouver, not regular Vancouver, North Vancouver. and he just wanted to get stronger, and that's why he started powerlifting. Today he just wants to match or even PR on each lift. Start with the squats, Rampton.
Well, coming into the competition, as I pull up, there we are.
Pro level move here.
220 is his personal best squat.
Ryan Lapidat has done his research. He's got each lifter's stats on Open IPF in front of us, able to give a better insight into all of our lifters. Now, Rampton has a unique style in that he goes in, but he puts the racks in, but he still grips with inside them. Some people do that for better control, maybe more center for the lifting. Who knows what his particular case is, but he does have his racks in. Easy opener for him.
Yeah,
Should be 3 white lights.
Looks like he's probably going to be on pace to take a stab at a PR today.
Here comes Jeremy.
Now we're using the Met XT racks. Now Met XT is a newer company on the CPU-approved equipment list. 2 years ago, I believe they introduced the CPU-approved equipment list, so we're not just limited to IPF-approved equipment anymore. These racks meet the IPF specs. They're sub-brand, especially featured on Inner Strength Products, one of our leading sponsors today, and they've been in the warm-up room and on the platform all week.
Jeremy Burns opening up with 225 kilos.
Much love to Jeremy.
And we're in Moose Jaw. Across the parking lot, basically, is the Inner Strength Products headquarters. Meet directors, heavily involved with the Inner Strength production, heavily involved in directing this meet, and they've done a fantastic job.
A nice workman-like opening squat, 3 white lights.
So far, so good. All of our athletes thus far in the 83 Open have managed to get their first squat. With another 5 to go, we'll see if that trend continues.
Brendan Logan opening with 230 kilos. As we get closer and closer to the top end of this flight.
Brandon's out of Regina. Nice 45-minute drive for him to get here if he's speeding. His first coach, Scotty Mills, got him into powerlifting, and today he wants to total 700 and have fun. He wants to give a shout out to the Trench fitness community.
Whoa, no question on depth there. Nice snappy 230.
Now you see 5 spotters out on the platform now. When we get above the 225, 227.5 kilo range and past 500 pounds, that's a general norm for the call to get 5 spotters up on the platform. One person holding the plates, one person holding the bar on either side, as well as our back spotters to ensure safety, because 500 pounds is a lot of pounds, Ryan.
On ding, 235 for his opening squat. Up next after that is Nick Manders.
Hans from Nanaimo, BC. He's a kinesthesiologist and personal trainer, and he started powerlifting, and I quote, to lift stuff. Today he wants to, and I quote, lift heavy.
Nice tight in the pocket.
3 white lights for him.
And Nick Manders now coming out to 250 kilos. And this is really where we're going to get an indication. Is Nick at 100%? 250 kilos is around the pace he usually does. They didn't lower his opener, so that shows an element of confidence.
I've known Nick a long time, and I've never known him to be so serious and so focused on a competition as he is with this one. Nick is in the zone today.
It's got to be said, he looks a stitch nervous, though, as he hits the platform. Let's see if he could put those nerves to rest with this 250 kilo opener.
Not the easiest squat he's ever done.
Let's see how he, if you read the facial expressions, I don't know if he's limping a little bit as well. See, when you're sick, you get dehydrated. He is not entirely ginger coming off that platform. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
I don't want to overread, and he can rally. But that was a little concerning if you're a Nick Manners fan.
You know, and getting a blue card on the squad for Nick, soft knees, that's unfortunate as well. He's not out there at 100%, and it's showing, but who knows? He could come back on the second. RP 0, get himself a smoking second. We'll see. Danny Heinz here. I think, you know, it's going to be a close battle 1 and 2, but there's also a silver battle or a bronze battle out there too as well. Assuming that everybody gets a lift, Danny and Ann and Brandon probably vying for that podium spot in the bronze medal position. All projected 93-94 for their total at the end of their GL points here. Danny going down now. Danny, a notorious wide squatter, still manages to hit depth, still manages to get 3 white lights.
Adam Jansen up next, 270 kilos. And if Nick looked a little nervous, Adam looks the exact opposite. Take a look at that confidence there. Adam's going to grab these kilos from the squat in the bench press event. Probably going to take a swing at the national record in the bench press.
Danny Heinz has in his information he wants the national record squat, and Adam's 5 above him in his opener. So I think there is a chance at it. Is it 292.5, I believe? $295. Adam is on his way. That is a confident smoked opener. So he and Danny Heinz are going to be vying for that 295 squat to get them off on national records to start here today. 295.5, I suppose. And we'll start our second round with Rainier Bartolome. 185 kilos. Bit of a spread between our openers and our closers of this round. That's the variance you get at the 83 kilo range at Western Nationals 2024. CPU Westerns 2024, I should say.
Then Jordan, then Carson.
Rainier coming out with quite the determination himself. Interesting dip to the left for him, favoring that right side perhaps. And yeah, it's a 1 card for depth on the right, on the left side for the spot. That's the thing though, we have 2 side judges for a reason. You catch high on one side, catch low on the other. 2 to 1, it's a good lift.
200 kilos even now being loaded for Jordan Zier, representing British Columbia. This is just Jordan's second competition.
That's the thing. In the CPU, there's different standards to get to a higher level of competition. In Alberta and Saskatchewan, necessarily, you just may need 1 prior competition in a qualifying standard to get to the regionals. Manitoba and BC, a little bit different as well as with Ontario. That was textbook for himself.
No question on depth. Picks up another 10 kilos towards his total.
All right,
as 202.5 is loaded for Carson Wendell.
Carson's opener wasn't entirely smooth, and he's gone up with a modest 5 kilo jump. He looks ready, looks refocused. Let's see if he can get it.
202.5 kilos. Then Byron, then Paul.
Oh, nice catch by the spotters there. Carson waved it off, not far out of the hole.
And it's always appreciated when a lifter gives you that. They know, they try, but they know when their limits are. It's nice to be humble on the platform for our spotters and loaders to stay safe for everybody. We'll see if he comes out for his third.
205 kilos now for Byron Wiley's second attempt. 7.5 kilo jump from his opener.
Byron says it's about self-growth and improvement, and he has an objective measure of progress through powerlifting. He likes to see objective results, objective progress, and that's what he gets through strength sports. Byron says he's very excited to join the Masters Club in 2026. He's an old open, 2 years away from joining Masters 1. He's very excited for it. Doesn't have to keep up with the youngins anymore.
Makes easy work of 205. Looked a lot like his opener. I suspect another 7.5 kilo jump from Byron.
Nice and even.
205 will stay on the bar for Paul Patilos.
Paul also out of Alberta.
Bar's ready.
He's in the zone. He's ready. I always appreciate it when a lifter goes and double checks the weights. You can never be certain. We do have an experienced crew out there, but it's always nice to know.
Ooh, I'm not sure on the depth. Let's see what the judges say. 2-1, it's in his favor, and that was close.
It was another one of those incidents, I think, where the one side did dip quite significantly. That bar was at quite the angle for whatever reason, shoulders, hips, whatever. So he did get the 2-1. Perhaps the left side judge saw it be a little bit lower, but you know, he has one more attempt to try and even things out.
215 kilos now loaded for Nathan Lee.
Our side judges today are able to get a pretty good look at the back of the platform. Depth is ideal for that position. Referees can sit more or less wherever they want on the side. However, these two officials have chosen to choose that back corner to be able to best see the depth calls.
Nathan Lee, 215. Then Remington and Jeremy.
Nathan Lee here, coached by Stephen Cassioli, it appears.
Former 66 kilo national champion, world's competitor. Stephen knows his way around the platform.
Now we got a replace command. The one judge on the side, on the left side, did get a start. The other did not. It's going to be because his knees or his upright body positioning wasn't quite there. He's taking cues. He's up. He's locked out. He's ready to go. He got a start pretty quickly there. Lifters have a minute to get that start command, the squat command.
This one also is going to be right on that line.
See about depth. One rep.
2-1, it's in his favor.
We have Rampton coming up.
220 kilos now being loaded for Rampton.
Now, Coach Graham has caught that his, after the bars loaded comment, the racks were not in. He was not prepared, and it takes a good coach to be able to get ahead of that, not let the lifter get excited, be able to catch it before it is a problem. Graham, the Vice President of British Columbia Powerlifting Association, an experienced coach, international coach, here keeping Rampton in check, making sure that everything goes to plan.
Then Jeremy, then Brandon.
Very concerted effort, concentration. Came back, wouldn't have known there was any issue with the racks.
.230 kilos being loaded for Jeremy Burns, taking a 5 kilo jump from his opening squat. Jeremy coming into the competition, 230 kilos was his PR.
Jeremy, a member of the police force. Thank you for your service, Jeremy. You found enjoyment in training, and the community is great.
230 kilos.
Like some of our other lifters today, he wants that nationals qualifying total so he can go to PEI in September and compete there.
Ooh, nice catch again by the spotters. And Jeremy unable to get out of the hole. Looks like a little bit of cramping as well.
Not the straightest walk we've seen. But he lives to see another day. Tell another tale.
Brendan Logan now coming out to 242.5 kilos. Sizable 12.5 kilo jump for Brendan.
That just shows confidence. 12.5 at this weight. He's having a good day. He's hoping to make it better. His opener was quite smooth.
This will match his previous personal best.
You know, at the top I thought he was a little shaky. I thought he was going to have a little bit of trouble, but he came. That was very quick, very nice, very pretty.
Here comes
On now. 250 kilos, 15 kilo jump from his opening attempt.
250 on the bar.
And his personal best, he says, is 260.
Is ready.
Open IPF will corroborate that story.
We have the cold hard facts on Open IPF. Our meet directors also did reach out to each lifter and ask them for some survey information, and that's how I'm having some of these fun facts that he wants to lift stuff and lift heavy. Self-reported answers. Making 250 fly.
Yeah, he handled that 15 kilo jump easy.
3 white ones.
Now, as we said before, Nick struggled on his first. He did go up 10 kilos. He's going up to 260. Let's see what the story is.
260 kilos.
10 kilo jump despite a bit of a struggle. Expression on Nick's face, almost like, well, let's see how this moves. If I'm going to take a swing at 800 kilos, I need these.
He's on the board. Let's see if he goes back on the board.
Nick looking like he's summoning some inner strength here. Pun intended.
Let's see how his product is.
Oh, it looks a little uneven on that walkout. Nope.
Self-replace.
Nope. That's not good. Nick really showing a lot of gumption, a lot of heart.
He did have that limp. He did have that limp on the first attempt. He did limp off a little bit, and he's shaking that and favoring that left knee. I hope he's okay.
We're about to find out, and I hope this ends okay. Nick has the heart of a lion, and that's for sure. Nope, nice catch by the spotters. And Nick going out on his shield. I don't know if he's going to be able to continue. Does not look like it.
Sounds like he's calling it.
And that is a shame.
He didn't even attempt that to bounce out of the hole there. He knew something was wrong. Let's hope.
All right, here comes
It looks like it's all up to Adam Jansen to try to best 800.5 kilos. We'll have to see.
And as we mentioned before, both Danny and Adam Jansen going for that squat record at 295. Beat that with 295.5 or higher.
Danny, 277.5 right now. That'd be quite the jump to take a swing at that squat record. And I think Adam probably just going to pace for that 800 kilos. Depth looks good. You know, that's the debate some lifters have. You have a record that's close enough, but you have an overall that you really need. And if you overreach on the squat and leave kilos on the table.
Oh, Adam has to ask himself, what does he want today? Does he want a PR? Does he want a national record? Does he want to go higher? Does he want to make that world's team? I think it's probably the world's team for him, but if he can collect a trophy or two along the way, why not?
280 kilos for Adam Jansen.
His first was quite fast, quite textbook. He might take a swing at it if this one's as fast as the first.
Adam has hit 290 kilos previously.
And he's projected already at 760, so definitely feasible to hit that 800.5.
It's on the table, but he's going to need some kilos in the squat event.
A little shaky on rack in there.
Yeah, stitch shaky. Yeah, I don't think he's going for the record. That looked like a little bit of work, but he's got.
You know what? I wasn't going to say it, but it did look like his knees were a bit soft there. The ref saw it as well. He might go challenge it, but
it was a little more shaky than I would have expected. Adam has squatted 290. His prep was going decent. I know he'd been dealing with a little bit of injuries at the tail end of his prep, and that looked laborious, is how I would describe the 280. Not quite going as planned. Let's see what he does for his third squat, because keep in mind, Nick looks like he's pulling out. If not pulling out, he's not going to have the total he wants on the day. But Adam needs that 800.5. Pardon me, he needs to best that to go to IPF Worlds. That's why he's here.
Right.
I'm wondering if he goes up regardless.
Hey, he's entered 285. We'll see how he does.
Not surprised there that he went up, but still 5 kilos below his personal best. And he's going to have to go over his personal best total if he wants to make it onto Team Canada.
And it was interesting. We saw his coach enter an attempt and go talk to the jury. Was going to go straight to the jury, did the attempt, and then came back. Wisdom in coaching there.
Rayner, 190. And somewhere out there, Kafui Hachiyame is watching with bated breath.
Knowing him, though, he's probably cheering him on. He's probably cheering for Adam to beat him.
I know him pretty well. I don't think so.
It was a softball, Ryan.
I'm going to have to balk at that one. I'll bunt. Thank you. I'll take first. I don't think so. Carson Wendell, 202.5, missed this on his second.
Don't often hear a bunt in sports commentary. I'm proud of you.
Showing my versatility here.
Byron is in the zone. Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
Carson. I guess we're showing both.
Carson, I see a clock coming down. I don't. There was no.
He's probably timing out.
Gotcha.
He did miss that second. Yeah, it was one of those. He had some struggles right out of the hole. He was shaking his head. He wasn't going to get it. He knew. So it's the common courtesy thing to do is to let your opponent take another minute of rest, time out, and Carson's doing that for Byron.
Byron hitting us with the double bicep, eating up his opportunity on the live stream, and why not? 210 now for Byron.
He is in the zone.
Well, hasn't fully played out exactly as we thought it might, but it's not over yet.
The odds are quite low, but you know, any of these athletes could take the gold medal. It is not a meet until those first deadlifts have been completed. Let's see what Byron does here.
210 kilos.
Byron wants to give a shout out to his coach, John Garofano at RTS, for the unrelenting support and guidance. Unrelenting is a strong word. Byron is a strong man.
Whoa, that is all types of depth.
Another perfect third attempt call. Coaching is on point today.
Paul Patilos, 210 kilos for his third and final squat.
Checking both sides again. Adjusting his belt. Again, that's the only piece of equipment you can adjust on the platform. Loud fans in the crowd. Always great to have that family support, friend support, teammate support.
Yeah, if I'm honest, looked like it might have been a stitch high regardless.
Yeah, he was a little shaky coming out as well. But you know what? It's a valiant effort.
Jordan Zier coming out to 212.5 kilos for his third final squat. Jordan, sizable 12.5 kilo jump.
Yeah, and Jordan was their second squatter, and he's bumped himself up to what would be, fifth place here in the squat, fifth on the bottom so far now. Consistency pays off. You'll see some of these rankings, these seeds improve the score quite a bit from the start of the day. Slow and steady pays off. They win the race sometimes. Another fast unrack, fast setup. Impressive squat, very clean. Should be another 3 white lights.
All right, up comes Nathan.
Nathan Lee, 222.5 kilos for his third squat.
Another variable we haven't mentioned yet is that earlier in the day, earlier in the week, there was going to be 15 athletes in this session. Now we're down to 13. They're dropping like flies. There were supposed to be 3 flights, condensed down into 2 in this session. So, you know, if you're seated 15th, the very best are doing, the very worst are doing 13th for 13 today. $222.5 for Nathan. Again, coached by the great Stephen Cassioli out in the corner there.
Oh, and the fight comes, and he is good for it. Wow.
Beat that sticking point. 2-1.
Never gets bullied around by the weights, keeps his chest up. Able to complete the lift. And Jeremy Burns up next. 230. Missed this on his second attempt. Retaking it now in his third.
Jeremy.
One of those occasions where the spotters are going to stay nice and tight.
Bars ready, Jeremy.
5 kilo jump from his first to his second. He wasn't able to get it, so let's see if he can come back on his third.
And then Jeremy goes Ramsey, then Brandon.
If I recall correctly, he was limping off a little bit his last time, so maybe he's regrouped, recentered himself in the back, and coming out here to push for a strong third attempt.
Oh, nice catch by the spotters again.
Yeah, safety first. They did great there.
230 stays on the bar for Rampton.
The rack's going quite quick this time. Rampton, very calm, very cool, very collected. Even with those ammonia shots. Unfazed. Stoic lifter. And Rampton's going up to 230, and that's over 500 pounds. Big squat for himself. His best previous is 220. And he smokes it. Joining the 500-pound club in competition. Now back up to those podium guys. Brandon potentially get third, possibly higher.
Logan.
250, 20 kilo jump over his predecessor. A 7.5 kilo jump from his second attempt.
Up next is Nick, then on.
You hear the intensity on that rack, clanging and clanging, and he's about to attack this weight.
little uneven, a little untidy, but he locks it out.
See what the judges say. Oh, 2-1. We have a yellow card and a blue card out there. May go back to the jury, see what they can do.
7.5 kilos hangs. Wow, I'm a little bit surprised to see Nick come back out. And does Nick want to get back to IPF Worlds or what? I am shocked to see Nick Manders fastening his belt, about to give it one more shot. And can you believe the heart on this kid?
Exemplifying SBD, strength, belief, and determination. Standing room only in the audience right now. People on their feet. Ourselves included.
Nick Manders, the epitome of going out on his shield here. I hope he ends up okay.
Manders, 260 kilos.
They say sports don't build character, they reveal it. Well, what does this say about Nick Manders' heart?
Definitely a sturdier unrock than last time. Face is stoic. He's down. He's up. Oh my goodness.
And Nick Manders, 260 kilos, he locks it out.
What the-
3 white lights. Nick limping off the platform, showing the heart of a champion.
Get this
and
man.
he wants it. Look at that.
Get this man crutches. That was clutch.
What sports is all about, Nick Manders tells Adam Jansen, the battle continues, my friend.
He had no business getting that squat, and he smoked it.
And now Adam Jansen, missing 280, needs this 285.
I'm quite sure I saw Pete Spence jump 6 feet in the air in celebration on that one.
262.5 for on. 12.5 kilo jump from his second.
Anything can happen today. It's being proven. And it's only our squats. We haven't even finished our squats yet. 3 attempts left until we take our 10-minute intermission. 10-minute intermission.
Very strong squat. We'll see if the judges like the depth. They do. 3 white lights.
Big smile. Happy third.
Here comes Jansen.
Now here's Adam Jansen, missed 280 kilos, has 285 loaded up, and if his hopes and aspirations to make Team Canada are going to stay alive, he needs this 285. And talk about a battle. For a second there, it looked like the battle might not live up. Then Nick rallies. Can Adam rally?
Now remember, he did get the lift on strength. It was a matter of his knees not locking out. He was quite wobbly. For whatever reason, those knees weren't locked at the end of his lift, and he got 2 blue cards for soft knees.
It looked a little harder than we'd anticipated, but a little bit more pressure.
Not as shaky this time. Let's see how he does.
Oh, and Adam!
Oh!
Looks like he fired back. Let's see what the judges say. 3 white lights.
This is good. All right,
And Adam Jansen is on the board.
90 kilos for Danny Heinz. Heinz was behind. He had some catching up to do for Heinz.
290 kilos now for Daniel Heinz.
Looking at our projected points, we're at 106 each for those two. Danny not far behind at 98 projected.
Now again, Adam, previous personal best 290, Nick 265. Both these gentlemen a little behind where they fought.
Danny Heinz from Saskatchewan.
All right,
290, just 5 kilos below the national record.
Looking for that gold medal in the squat today.
I hear you out there. When he gets the squat, then let loose.
Hoping to cement that bronze medal overall.
That looks good.
Hands going. Oh, I thought he lost his left hand there. It was very close. He had 2 fingers left at the end.
Yeah, that was getting close. The spotters intervened at the appropriate time.
Quite sketchy. 10-minute break. We'll be seeing in 10 minutes.
After Samantha comes.
And welcome back
and then
to the
Christina.
Western Canadian Championships 2024 as we pick up at the bench press event for the 76 kilo women's and 83 kilo men's. Samantha starting us off with 52.5 kilos.
If you're just joining us, I'm Matt Bowen, joined by Mr. Ryan Lapidat, the king of the lifts. Six-pack Lapidat.
I go by so many names, huh? So many aliases. Samantha, previous personal best, 55 kilos.
All right, so we have 12 competitors in this weight class today. It's a pretty stacked class. Amal Ahuya up next. I believe I'm saying that correct.
Bar is ready. I'm all. Then Christina, then Kayla.
57.5 kilos for Amal.
57.5 kilos.
This will equal her previous personal best.
CPU President Jeff Budd on the side there, confirming he has done 7 sessions on the platform in the last 3 days. Another 8 doing commentary. It's really an Iron Man. Jack of all trades, a Jeff of all trades. Amal with an easy opener, looks like 3 white lights.
$70 kilos now being loaded for Christina.
Christina's a double-trained athletic therapist and massage therapist.
Christina.
Insurance companies love her.
70 kilos.
Today she wants to PR her bench, get close to, or PR her deadlift. So let's see if she can PR her bench today here. Off to a solid start with 3 white lights on this bench press.
This is good.
Kayla up next, 75 kilos for her opening bench.
Again, her goal today is to crush some heavyweight.
Kayla. 75 kilos.
Starting off with 75 kilos, 1 red plate on either side. Good benchmark for a bench press. Easy opener for Kayla.
Which is good.
Right next to Victoria.
75 kilos will stay on the bar for Victoria. Had a bit of a shaky squat session.
Victoria.
Hit the ground in dramatic fashion for her
75
opener.
kilos.
Came back for a second squat. A little bit hesitant, understandably so. Missed depth and nailed it on her third.
Not certain what the issue is or an injury, whatever bodily malfunction was happening there. Hopefully it's not a shoulder that may affect her in this bench press.
She looks no worse for wear there. 2-1 is
2-1.
good.
Now newer within the IPF in the last year is the red card being updated to have elbow depth added as a rule. And what that means is that the bottom of the elbow has to be below the top of the shoulder joint, the middle of the shoulder joint, as it were. The IPF rulebook has a good 5 or 6 pictures describing this further. The goal with that is to sort of even out the playing field for those who had substantial arches and may have had their elbows only come down to a 45-degree angle at times.
75 kilos stays on the bar for Michelle Irvine.
You know, I saw when the new red card rule came out, I saw refs were a little hesitant to call it, but I've seen that they're getting a lot more confident. We're seeing it all the time now. It has done a great deal to change the strategies and the techniques of our lifters in the bench press.
And if you're wondering, the current national record in the 76 kilo class, 116 kilos.
Rashina and Janelle starting at 95. Perhaps they can creep close to it. We'll see.
First we have, Kayla, then Chantel, then Lily.
Janelle's previous personal best, 92.5, opening over that. And Rashina, 105.5. Kayla Livingston now 77.5 kilos for her opening bench.
And she's just looking for a total PR for herself. Once again, wants to say hi to Kylo and Ray, her cats, and her husband Shay, back in Edmonton.
And the lift is good.
Unleashing the Kraken once more. On now to Chantel Bingley.
Bars ready for Chantel.
87.5 kilos for Chantel's opening bench.
Moving camera, tracking her all the way down to her laying down on the bench, preparing for this lift. Another thus far series of positive good lift benches. Chantel looks like it should be no different. 3 white lights, I assume.
Lift is good.
Lily Riggs, 87.5 kilos, stays on the bar for her.
87.5 kilos. Then Lilia.
Lily, one of a number of our female athletes here who have completed all 3 squats, looking to keep that streak going on the bench.
Oh, how about that?
Feet did not touch the bar. A bit of gymnastics there for her.
Right over the bar.
An overlooked rule change for some people is that you're not allowed to put your feet on the bench anymore. It used to be an integral part of some people's setups. No longer allowable. And on the bench press, there are start, press, and rack commands. Sometimes the press may not be instantaneous, and that's because the chief referee is looking for the bar to be motionless on your chest. That means no up, no down, no floating. It has to be motionless before you get that press command.
190 kilos for Leah Cameron of Alberta.
Bars loaded.
Again, Leah, with her background in yoga, probably has a very decent arch. Still manages to get those elbows low. No issues with depth.
Lift is good for Leah.
Up next, Janelle Martins, 95 kilos.
Janelle. $95 kilos for Janelle.
Opening with a personal best. How do you feel about that?
Opening with a PR is always a tricky thing to do because on one hand, maybe you've smoked in the gym, maybe not. Maybe she hasn't hit it in competition for whatever reason, or maybe she's just making outstanding progress. I guess we'll see. That's the thing. We'll only see what we're presented with out here. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes unless we get a good in-depth interview.
Look like an opener should.
See how high she can take that PR later on, second and third attempts.
Here comes Rashina.
Rashina, 95 kilos, stays on the bar for her.
Bars ready.
Now Rashina took the gold medal in the squats. Let's see if she can continue on in the bench. She is seated at 95 along with Janelle for her opening attempt.
A little bit of work for an opener, but it might be a common sticking point for her.
Yeah.
She doesn't look overly worried.
3 white lights. Look like that right elbow might be having some trouble. We'll see if it affects her later on.
Back at the top of the order as we begin the second round of benching, Samantha, 57.5 kilos.
The bar is ready.
This is her 4th competition for Samantha, or she's had 4 previous, I should say. She's a student out of Edmonton. Able to get away from school here today to participate in our CP Western 2024 Championships. See our referees getting the best angle they can from that front corner position. As an official, refereeing the bench press is the hardest of the lifts, and probably a consensus opinion. You have to watch for the feet, you have to watch for the butt, you have to watch for the shoulders, the head, wrists, fingers, all that, and then now elbow depth.
Bar is ready. And Mole.
And Mole, 62.5 kilos for a second attempt. 5 kilo jump. Also a 5 kilo personal best should she hit it.
Setting herself up with the bench safeties. Unracks it. See, some of these lifters will have sort of softer elbows, and once they're in position, they'll lock it out, make sure it's nice and firm before they get that start command. And our 100% completion rate for these bench presses continues. On now to Christina.
75 kilos being loaded for Christina's second attempt, 5 kilo jump.
She says there's 2 reasons that she got into powerlifting. A friend of hers saw her potential, and then she was able to work with Team Canada as a therapist in 2021, able to see other athletes compete in all sports, and she loved it. She loved it. She was inspired. She started training as soon as she could, and after she got back from Sweden, 2.5 years later, here she is doing her 6th competition, preparing for nationals in September. Quite the story. Elbows weren't totally confident there, but she got 3 white lights, locked them out before she started.
Kayla Boisvert, 80 kilos even for her second attempt.
Lifted, the bar is loaded.
This will match her previous personal best.
Then Victoria, then Michelle.
See, another example there where her bench depth was called from the head ref, not from the sides. It's all about the angles, as with all things, strength training, bodybuilding, anything with a weight. However, in this case, her elbows were not lower than her shoulders for that front judge. However, we do have 3 referees, 3 angles, and it was a 2-to-1 good lift.
Victoria, 80 kilos for her second attempt. 5 kilo jump.
80 kilos, lightweight.
She came back from that series of squat struggles successfully, hit her first bench, and she's looking for her second here now.
Yeah, if you had asked me after that first squat if she'd be back, I would have said no chance.
No chance.
And now you see her lifting, and you never would have even known.
And this is her first competition as a 76. She did get 2-to-1 there. Left refs called her for bench depth as well, for her elbow depth. However, she did get a successful lift.
Yeah, she cut down from the 84 kilo class, making her 76 kilo debut, and Michelle Irving, 80 kilos for her second bench.
18-pound weight cut. She's also doing the bench-only event this week, It's the first time doing a double event in the championships like this. Now Michelle taking her time.
Bar is ready for Michelle.
Perhaps it was a loading issue. I take that
80
back.
kilos.
Our 1 minute timer starting. A reminder, lifters have 1 minute to get out there and get their start command. After their 1 minute on, they do their lift, and afterwards they have another minute to submit their next attempt to the head table.
Michelle, 80 kilos, 3 white lights.
You hear the voice of our
About
head referee there, Jonathan Cruz. Competed yesterday, did quite well for himself. Today's taking a CPU national referee examination, so he's being heavily monitored by the jury. So far, so good.
82.5 kilos, then Lily.
After our officials have been provincial referees for at least 2 years, they're able to take their test at a regional or national event in order to secure their status as a national official.
Kayla Livingston, 82.5 kilos for her second attempt. She's got Sean Martin handling her, and he knows a thing or two about bench pressing. Shane Martin, sorry.
I was going to say, I didn't want to correct you. Shane had a heavy lift the other day. Passing that energy on to Kayla Livingston.
Way to go, Kayla.
3 white lights. Lily Riggs, 92.5 kilos for a second attempt.
Again, we have no missed lifts thus far on the bench press.
Lily Riggs, 92.5
Impressive
kilos.
lifting. Sometimes there's an energy lull in the middle of bench. We're in the middle of benches for these guys. So far, the energy is sustained.
Lily in the hunt for a podium finish. Going to lose a little bit of ground in the bench press, but regain that in the deadlifts. Every kilo is going to count.
Strong setup, confident setup.
Not just to get onto the podium, but it'll be a battle to see what color she gets in terms of that medal.
As we've seen with our 83s, anything can and will happen in a powerlifting competition. It's 3 white lights for her. She'll move on to her third successfully.
3 white lights. All right, here comes Chantel.
Chantel Bingley, 95 kilos for a second attempt.
Chantel's out of Kelowna, British Columbia. Her goals, as with many lifters, to compete pain-free. She wants to have fun and meet new friends before she heads to nationals. She is sort of strong, Chantel, on Instagram, and would like you to know that.
Chantel attempting a personal best here.
What cinematography from our cameraman. Getting all the angles. It's a bit of a grind, unfortunately not there today.
Leah Cameron, 97.5 kilos for her second attempt.
Hold on, Johnny. Johnny, hold on.
Jury stopped the meet briefly to have a discussion about something.
This will also be a personal best for Leah. Coming into the competition, 95 kilos was her best.
Side referee returning to the chair after some deliberation with the jury.
It was an equipment issue, Johnny. Just an equipment issue.
I was going to say the last lift was a failure on strength. I don't think that'll get overturned. Pretty generous if it did.
Unlikely.
Come on, Leah.
Unlikely.
You never know.
Yeah.
It's powerlifting.
And that was pretty smooth and easy considering it's a meet PR.
Leah held on to the controversy with the jury. kept her composure
The
and
lift is good.
stayed cool and got her lift. What's interesting about this is we have a five referee jury for one platform out here. So they do have the power to overturn
220-pound
any egregious miscarriage of the rules, as it says, either for or against the referee or against the lifter. And we've seen both this week at CPU Westerns 2024.
Janelle Martin's 100 kilos even.
Wow, the lift is good.
Makes easy work of it.
3 white lights.
If you remember, Janelle opened on a personal best. Up next, Rashina, 102.5 kilos. Rashina pacing to tip into the 500s.
Bars ready for
at this rate.
Rashina. 102.5 kilos on the bar.
Previous personal best total, 495.5. Be a nice milestone if she can hit it.
She's looking to out-total her previous best, 105.5 on her third. 2-1 there.
A yellow on the side and 2 whites. The lift is good.
And the yellow on the bench can be so many different things. Your heels can come up, they can move, your butt could come up, your head could come up. Maybe your elbows weren't locked out at the start. Maybe you jumped the commands. It's the other card, the yellow card.
Samantha, 60 kilos, and we are back at the top of the order for the final round of benching. 76 kilo
Samantha.
women's class.
Bars ready, 60 kilos.
You know, like I had said earlier, sometimes there's a lull in the bench press events. Not here today. It's an electric atmosphere here in Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Good catch by our spotters. Jeff and Tanner, all the way from Newfoundland to just come and help volunteer. Spirit of the sport.
Anmol, 65 kilos for her final
Then
bench.
Christina, then Michelle.
5 for 5 so far on the day.
Bars ready.
I'm all looking very, very focused, sticking to the game plan. No issues thus far. As we get on in these benches, you're starting to see some reds on our scoreboards, some no lifts. So it's people like Amal that can keep that 100% completion rate going, get themselves a 9 for 9 day. Looks like it was a good lift, but that third might be a bit challenging for her. She's excited.
Here comes Christina.
I take that back. We're on our thirds already.
Yeah.
My goodness, this meat is flying.
Christina giving a congratulations to Anmol as she passes by, and 77.5 being loaded for her.
Bars ready for Christina.
Fact about Christina, she's just 4 months post MCL tear. She's come back 4 months after an MCL tear. That is a significant injury. She's out here benching. Confident third attempt, should be good. 3 white lights.
The lift is good. All right, the next lifter is Michelle, and after that is
Michelle
Livingston,
Irving,
I presume.
82.5 for her third and final bench. 5 for 5 so far. Should she hit this, this will tie Michelle's previous personal best.
Michelle having a good day thus far. 5 for 5. Let's see if she can make it 6 for 6. Very even press.
And that lift is good for Michelle.
Perfect depth. We talked about the depth on the bench, just like we talked about the depth on the squat. Perfect depth.
Livingston.
Kayla Livingston,
Then Kayla, then Victoria.
85 kilos for her final bench.
One more time, looking to unleash the Kraken.
Barjo.
Coached by Shane Martin, aka Sean.
And Kayla has previously hit 90.5 kilos. We're a little below that.
Getting her hands loose. Very smooth third.
Lift is good.
Back-to-back Kayla's here. 85 kilos. Kayla Boisvert.
85 kilos.
And Dustin, our back spotter there, Dustin Fraser, has probably handed off 200 to 300 benches this week. He's doing a good job. Very good with patience, listening, and hitting a nice unrack for these lifters. The handoff game is strong here this week in Moose Jaw.
They call them angel hands.
Very gentle, very nice. Sweet and heavenly.
Oh, wow, nice third attempt by Kayla.
Lift is good.
Had to grind that out around the midpoint. And the big final bench, Victoria now, 85 kilos stays on the bar for her.
Earlier in the meet,
The
was
bar
not
is
looking
ready
good
for
for her.
Victoria.
She's coming out with a certain confidence now.
Then Chantel
Trying to hit her third
Lily.
for her third bench. Again, a rough start on the squats, but looking good now.
Yeah, missed her first two lifts and has gone 3 for 3 since then.
3 lifters
It's
after
those comeback
four.
stories that make.
No more changes.
Make a
3
lifter's
lifters
career.
after 4, no more changes. Play clean.
Not there today.
No.
Again, another quick drop on the shoulder there.
Fluffs it off, and Chantel Bingley, 95 kilos for her final bench.
A little glimpse into the warm-up room from the crack in the curtain
Bars
there.
ready.
The meet directors here provided 6 warm-up racks each for the 2 platforms. So these guys have 12 warm-up racks available. That is over 1 rack per lifter.
Chantel missed this on her second, retaking this weight for her third. And that miss was on strength, if I remember correctly. That's a pretty close grip. I used to seeing that on the bench, and ooh, brakes come on once again.
Yeah, she looks like she lost the groove a little bit there. Floated a bit towards her face. Ultimately, our spotters were there to catch her.
95 kilos stays in the bar for Lily Riggs.
And Janelle. Then Rashina.
4 bench press attempts left before we switch on to our 83 kilos. This is the last chance for our 83 open males to submit an opener attempt change.
Lily attempting to build a case for that podium finish. Thus far, pacing herself for potentially a silver medal. But a lot of lifting left to go.
Yeah, it's not there today. She'll come back for deadlifts. 3 more benches remaining in flight A with our female 76 open class.
Janelle Martin's 102.5 for her final bench.
Up 2.5 from her second.
This is 2.5 kilos she's going to need. If you look at the projected, Leah Cameron pacing for 452.5, neck and neck with Janelle. Janelle slightly lower body weight. But then you have Lily Riggs pacing for 460 and Rashina 490. It's a fight to get onto the podium in the women's 76s.
I think we'll be seeing some deadlift changes amongst our women in the 76 class come the thirds, but can never speak too soon.
Rashina, speaking of, 105 for her third bench.
Rashina and Leah loading the same 105. Rashina has the lower lot number, so she will attempt first.
Bars ready for Rashina.
One of the main tasks of a coach in 2024 is holding on to those headphones after it's time to go. Rashina's
Lift off.
I was just going to say, one of the lifters
Oh,
preferring to do that herself.
tough off the chest there. Rashina leaving behind 2.5 kilos. She does have a sizable lead. And 105 stays on the bar for Leah Cameron.
It's not another question for Rashina to hit that 100 GL point, projected point total that she's looking for. Generally an elite standard around the world is that 100 GL points.
And that is a scrappy third attempt by Leah Cameron. 105 kilos.
Excellent. Moving on seamlessly to our 83 kilo open men. Starting off with Rainier Bartolome. Fresh out of Alberta. 122.5.
Bars ready for Rainier.
You have Rainier starting at 122.5. Looking all the way to the end, 190 kilos for Adam Jansen. Big spread there in our opening attempts.
Adam holds the bench press record, 205 kilos, opening at 190.
We talked a bit about his long-term goal, maybe going to the World Championships, but that's not to say he can't pick himself up another bench national record here today.
As a matter of fact, he might need it. That'll be a chip. Remember, the total to beat is 800 kilos, 0.5.
Interesting to see if he'll do the 0.5 or if he'll do a full single pound or single kilo thereafter.
I think a full kilo to beat that would, I mean, if the strength is there. And Jordan Zier, 125. And that's where, you know, having the ability to break a national record is key, with the total to beat being 800.5. Now, obviously, Nick Manders pulled himself back into contention with that third squat, and he's got an ability to pull himself onto Team Canada, a monstrous deadlift, and likely to load up a chip or two as well.
We shall see. As always, you need that first to get a total, though. Anything can happen here at CP Western's 2024. Jordan, 2 reds, 125 kilos. He had nice progress throughout the squats, bumping himself up the order a little bit. Three white lights for himself. Nathan Lee will take it up to 130 kilos. Jury approaching the platform, possibly going to the score table.
Bars ready for Nathan, 130 kilos.
Won't be stopping the action. Nathan Lee continuing on. Bit of a crooked press.
This is good for
3 white lights, however.
Carson Wendell, 130 kilos, stays on the bar for him.
Carson had a rough second squat, and he passed on his third. Let himself time out.
Carson, 130.
Wonder if he can regroup and hit a nice easy bench for himself for an opener.
Carson weighing in at 76.54. Weight cut away from the 74 kilo class.
Another 3-meal lift.
This is good.
There he is. Confidence is back. He nods. He knows it. See how high he goes on the second.
132.5 loaded for Paul
Bars
kilos.
ready. 132.5 kilos. Let Brian and Jeremy. Byron.
Short 2.5 kilos away from his previous PR.
Paul pulling down fast. Quick press command. Nice and easy. However, 2 yellows.
2 yellows on the sides.
Not certain why his coach is going to go ask.
Him off the bench.
Maybe some deliberation. Gino thinks it may have been his butt.
Yeah, Pete Spence signaling,
Bars ready for
thinks it might have been the
Byron.
butt as well. And 135
kilos.
for Byron Wiley.
Again, Byron just enjoying his final days as an open, looking forward to being an M1, he keeps saying. Masters 1 being 40 years of older. Turning 40 in 2026. Now, there's nothing wrong with being a Masters lifter, isn't that right, Ryan?
Lift is good for Byron.
I don't lift anymore, but I would be. 140 for Jeremy Burns.
Bars ready for Jeremy.
Jeremy, 1 for 3 in the squat event. As an opportunity to get himself back on pace here at the bench. That's a pretty close grip.
Sometimes with those long arms, you can injure yourself hitting the safeties with the arms. Competitor Tim Nadeau actually did hurt himself on the safeties earlier this week.
The lift is good.
Pros and cons of being tall.
145 for Rampton.
Bars ready for Rampton.
Rampton ever calm, ever collected. Very methodical lifter. Now, from one bald guy to another bald guy, we cannot hide behind our hair when we're on the bench. Guys like Rampton have to keep that head planted just like everybody else, but it's not as obvious when a bald guy pops their head up. Or, sorry, it is more obvious.
Heinz.
Daniel Hines, 152.5.
Bars ready.
Danny missed his third squat. Not letting him retract himself, however. 152.5. Danny currently in third, hoping to inch his way back up to second. It's not an impossible thing to do, but Nick is quite far ahead of him, as Nick and Adam Jansen battle for that first place world position spot potentially.
It might be a battle for the thirds as well. There's going to be a cluster of lifters bottlenecking around that platform.
Lift is good.
Because On is coming with 160. Looking at his projected, not too far behind, Daniel.
Yeah, we have a 687, 695, 672 projected here.
then Nick, then Brandon. Bars ready for on.
On doing 160, having a quick chat with our handoff specialist, Dustin. Dustin and all the other spotters, of course, wearing SBD apparel. Synchronized in red and black, along with the full aesthetic of this competition, looking great. Thank you, SBD. 2-to-1, that's a good lift. Right judge suggesting
2-to-1 looks is good.
some technical foul in the yellow card. Get our instant replay. Potentially it was a heave.
Nick Manders all smiles now after a pretty scary squat event, but finishes with 260 in Kafui Hachiyame, who currently in the lead with 800.5 kilos to represent Team Canada, texted me and said, wow, what a third squat.
I spoke with Nick's coach Graham in the back. He said it was a matter of cramping, dehydrated, having a rough time with his illness, but he did manage to get himself back up. Back from that cramp.
An unexpected fight for his opener.
Might be repeating how we did in squats. Tough opener. Hopefully he can come back and get it.
2-to-1, it's good. And just nothing is coming easy for Nick today. You want to ask how much more he has in the tank based off that opener, but if you watch this squat, hard to say. This performance, no matter how it shakes up for Nick, could be the thing of legends.
Totally unpredictable.
He's showing a lot of heart here, and hats off to him no matter what. Brendan Logan, 167.5 for his opening bench.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nick did a double rep on his next, just because.
I might be surprised on that one, but.
Nice and easy attempt for Brandon Logan there. Now Adam's up with 190 kilos. Significant strength advantage to the rest of our athletes on the bench press. He's a bench specialist.
90-kilo opener.
Adam Jansen, current national record holder, 190 kilos.
3 times his body weight. And that's
He needs to have a personal best total
2.3
if he's going
times
to
his body weight.
nudge Kafui off of Team Canada and take his spot.
Adam.
Did not hit a personal best squat. However, he's got an opportunity to do so in the bench and possibly the deadlifts.
Taking a good 3 looks or so at that bench, at that bar.
He knows. This is a pivotal event for him. Like we said before, the opportunity for a chip is big, and wow, 190 gets treated like an opener should.
Did get 1 yellow light.
Yeah, I got a feeling he's going to be fine with that.
Good lift. Right here.
206
130 kilos.
is what we think he's going to want. 205 is the current national record.
He's put in for 195. That's just a 5-kilo jump.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if the confidence is fully there on that one, especially after that foul.
It's going to be interesting. This is going to come right down to the wire. And Renier, 130 for his second attempt. First bench on the second attempts.
Nice easy bench press for himself.
Jordan Zier, 132.5.
7.5 increase for himself.
Comes Jordan with a 2-camera shoot. Both from the same angle. $132.5 kilos for Jordan.
Again, we're approaching that midpoint of the bench, the midpoint of the competition for everybody. Trying to keep those optimal arousal levels in check. Have yourself the best day you can. Don't get out of focus. Keep your muscles engaged, your brain engaged. Jordan with a quick unrack. A lot of long-armed 83s in this session.
Yeah, and he's got a relatively tight grip, close, which makes his long arms even bigger range of motion. And Paul Patilos, 135. Paul misses opening bench, opting to go up 2.5 kilos regardless.
And we'll see how he does here. Needs this to stay alive.
How do you feel about going up on bench if you miss your opening bench?
Terrified.
That's safe. There's, as you had already listed all the infractions that can possibly happen in the bench press, of all the lifts, it's one I would advise proceed with caution.
There was 2 yellows on the side, so if as long as he kept his butt planted, which he did, he's good. It's always a risky call to be able to go up with your weight when you miss your first lift if it's a technical fail. Strength is strength, can't argue with strength, but when you think it's an easy fix, it's not a matter of strength, not a matter of technique overall. Making that gamble and increasing the weight with a missed lift is still a technique a lot of coaches do choose to go with. It's a judgment call in game day.
Nathan Lee, 137.5. Yeah, the way I would look at it, look, if it's either Adam or Nick, I could see why you might do that, because the end goal, they would bomb out in the risk of making Team Canada. However, if you're elsewhere in the rankings, it doesn't really make sense to take too many risky moves and possibly bomb out.
Yeah, everybody's goal is different. Every story is everybody's story is different. Everybody's goal is different. What do they want to do today? What do they want to do tomorrow? Are they injured? Are they in their best shape? Do they want a record, provincial, national? So many variables at play. Of course, Adam and Nick, different goals than the rest of the competitors. Not to take anything away from anybody else. Everybody's competing against themselves and for themselves as well.
2 reds. Elbow must
Carson Wendell, 137.5.
Neck and neck benches with Nathan, his predecessor there, 137.5 again. Quick load for the spotters, tightening the collars and moving on.
Carson moved forward from the squat event with just his opener.
Rough day so far, but he's still in it.
He's got an opportunity here. Have a better second event. Looks like he's done it. See if the judges agree. No.
I saw the depth. I'm not sure what the yellow was for.
Yeah, again, yellow could be a lot of different fractions, but
our SPD instant replay.
Referees maybe say his butt came off the bench.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, with 3 reds, you can't approach the jury. You need at least 1 white. Byron Wiley, 142.5.
142.5 kilos.
$142.5, the mythical 315 for your 83 kilos, 315 pounds. Big gym lift. See if he can pull it off on his second bench press here today. Byron Wiley staying healthy, staying consistent. Looks like a good lift to me. 3 white lights, judges agree.
Jeremy Burns.
145 for Jeremy Burns, representing Alberta.
Smelling salts burn. Jeremy Burns.
Bars ready, 145 kilos. At the Burns comes Rampton.
Jeremy just registering 1 squat in the squat event.
Then Heinz.
On his second bench. Looking to get a better ratio going here in this event.
It's goal today. Looking for that national qualifying total to get him to PEI this fall in September.
Oh, there's a sticking point though, and Jeremy looks like he's repeating the pattern from his squats. Now he will have 1 more attempt.
Still alive, just not thriving quite yet.
Rampton, 155 for his second bench.
Likes his 10-kilo jumps.
Rampton, bars ready.
Going from 145 to 155 on the bench.
His personal best is 165. We'll see if he goes to repeat that. That was a pretty big jump considering the weight.
It is. Some people are comfortable with the big jumps. Some people are not. 10 kilos in the mid 100s, however, is quite a significant jump.
Sometimes it's a matter of energy conservation. Some people feel like they only got one big lift in them per event, and he probably has another. It's difficult.
Another 10.
It's difficult to judge 10-kilo jumps on bench, though.
You know, he might go for 12 and a half.
In the range of 10 kilos, I would say.
He's been technical perfection thus far. Maybe my favorite lifter to watch today. Totally calm, surprising us. 10 kilos, everything.
You know what? I'm going to tell you what. After Nick Maynard's third squat, he's going to be my favorite so far. But
I'll give you that.
Adam Jansen also rallied back for his third squat as well. Daniel, 160.
Danny Heinz out of Heinz Barbell, local Saskatchewan. He likes to set his shoulders first before planting those feet.
Yeah, I was going to say, are we going to get a Larson press here?
Probably another one of those lifters who used to rely on the bench for their setup. Feet on the bench for their setup. However, successful for him today. 3 white lights on a second.
Okay, very interested here with Nick Manners. 160 moved, but not quite like you'd expect an opener to move.
Wonder if that cramp's been affecting him on the bench as well. I know cramps can be quite significant in the bench press, seizing up the back, seizing up the legs, seizing up shoulders. Nick is a very old 24, 25-year-old man.
Nick's previous 2 competitions opened at 160, moved to 165. He's sticking to that game plan here, despite how he's feeling.
Start with Nick. 165 kilos.
This is a pivotal 5 kilos he needs.
You know what? I think he held on to it.
It looked a lot like his opener.
Oh.
What would that be for?
SPD, instant replay. Yeah, there was some air on that butt.
You know, yeah, the judges.
He also had some moving hands. Maybe. Maybe. Hard to see from our angle.
Now, I'm interested in seeing if Nick decides to go up regardless, or if he takes 165 once again. If he takes 165 and hits, he could still hit over 800.5 kilos. I would suggest taking 165 once again. We'll let you know how he goes now on.
His coach is challenging. We'll see what happens there. It looks like he's accepted the number.
Yeah, the replay showed some butt lifting. Oh, looks like it might be the same infraction.
Yeah. 2 reds on the sides, yellow cards.
Yeah. That was pretty clear as well. And 175 for Brandon Langdon, or Brandon Logan, sorry.
Double body weight, twice body weight. Bars ready. Go, Brandon!
And this has been an interesting session. You know what? Let's say this about Nick. He's had struggles in squat and bench before, and that deadlift is the ultimate eraser for whatever mistakes might come along. An absolutely monstrous deadlift that has saved the day for him time and time again. Could it happen once more? Now, having said that, he could really use these 5 kilos in the bench press event.
You're saying that. He's opening with 340. His best is what, 367? Big jumps for him to come. Never say die, Nick Manders. Now Adam Jansen progressing to 195. We thought he might go a little bit higher based on his national record and his past lifts, but that first bench was a little shaky, and he did get the 1 red light.
129.9 pounds. 2.4 times his body weight, getting awfully close.
Yeah, Adam
to 2.5
previously
times body
benched
weight.
205, previously squatted 290. And if he's going to have a personal best total, he's going to have to start hitting some personal best lifts in these events.
Shaky arms again. Sometimes that's just a style. Again, a little sticking point, but I don't think necessarily. Ooh, you know what?
That's costly.
Same thing with our SPD replay here.
That's we're not going to see the butt with the spotter in the way, but that's costly. It's got to be said. And this is, it's a close battle to win the championship, but I know both Nick and Adam are looking past just winning the championship and want back onto Team Canada.
Curious to hear about Kafui's intermission text, Ryan.
Oh, I'm going to get some. It's going to be belligerent. Rainier, 132.5. And we are in the third round of bench pressing.
132.5 again for Rainier.
Yeah, we have an interesting situation here at Western Canadian Championships where Kafui was injured, had to pull out, but his total's still here, so it feels like he's still here. It's still a three-way battle in a lot of sense.
It's a really interesting year. These guys are getting their totals at the international events, at the regional events.
Yeah, let's hope it doesn't stay this interesting moving forward. Three white lights. 3 for 3 in squat, in bench, and in squats. And 137.5 for Nathan Lee. Missed this on his second, retaking it on his third.
Nathan Lee.
Comes up crooked, but it comes up nonetheless. Oh, the elbow
What
depth. And
happened
that's the
there?
problem with
Yes.
that. When you're crooked like that, you get one elbow depth, the other elbow not, and then the center ref gets to the side.
Yeah, back in the day, it didn't really matter so much about the crookedness. It was all about the bar not going back down. But when you have that angle now, and that, you know, your one elbow's up,
Bars loaded for Jordan.
it sinks the day for you.
140
Jordan
kilos.
Zier, 140 kilos for his third and final bench, looking to go 6 for 6.
Jordan's has been quite impressive with his technique, and lower in the rankings today at number 10, but he's making ground from his initial seedings. Another long arm bencher, not necessarily all the way out to the rings. A lot of arm power, arm strength. Let's see what the judges say. Was that downward? 3 white lights.
Yeah, so many potential infractions when it comes to the bench press. It's a dicey event. Carson Wendell, 140.
Carson had a mixture of cards on his last one. He was a little perplexed. Ultimately, he didn't get it. It was 3 reds. He did go up by 2.5, however, thinking he's got the confidence to do it. Maybe his technical issues weren't his biggest concern.
The lift for Nathan Lee was overturned. It's now a good lift.
Okay, so there was an announcement. Nathan Lee's bench press was 2 reds, 2 red cards. It has been overturned by the jury, however.
Oh, Carson.
But Nathan Lee's bench press, his third bench press, was a good lift.
A little too heavy on the day.
All right, so we're on to Paul Patillos. A little bit of a delay with the technology, but it's still 140 kilos on the bar for him. And there we are, we're loaded up. Heights are 8 and 4. The platform crew's already got it. Technology's just a little lagging. We rely on our technology, but at the end of the day, can run a meet off cards and run a meet off of our mental math. Paperwork rules in the end. Ooh. Come on, Paul. A big drop on the on the bar back onto the rack there. See the right side plates, they're jiggling. Loosen the collars. Maybe a bit of a dip there. We'll see what the judges say. Yeah.
I think his butt might have came up as well.
He knows he knows it wasn't there for him today. He'll come back next time out. Not
Jeremy
today,
Burns,
however.
145, missed this on his second, retaking it now. Jeremy went 1 for 3 in squats, looking to go 2 for 3 at least in bench.
Jeremy.
Another one of our long-armed 83s.
Yep. And he's got a bit of a
145
tight grip there,
kilos.
close grip.
Back when I was in 83, it was a manlet division, not all these tall guys. Just not quite there.
And things aren't quite unfolding the way Jeremy wanted. He has an opportunity in the deadlifts. I would exercise caution, pull back the opener, get some positive momentum, get some successful attempts in.
Knock on wood while you're at it.
Knock on wood, give a couple Hail Marys.
Do not step on the cracks.
Nope.
Do not spill your salt.
Not at this point. Not at this point. And Byron Wiley, 145 will stay on the bar for him. Opposite day for Byron. Hasn't missed a lift yet.
So Byron says that he's had knee pain and nerve issues in his low back for the past few weeks. He's done everything he could just to be here today.
So Byron says he's a powerlifter. That's what you're saying.
You know, I think that's pretty standard. At least he's honest about it.
Yeah.
He's an honest powerlifter, Byron Wiley.
Byron, that's pretty much everyone's profile that's entered the platform today.
He just wants a performance that he can be proud of, knowing that he got here today. He did everything he could. He didn't think he was going to be here. He didn't think he'd be able to lift. But here he is, showing up, and he's at 5 for 6 thus far. 5 for 5 so far. Let's see if he can make it 6 for 6.
Bars ready. Fire.
Hasn't fumbled the ball yet.
This is Byron's 15th meet. Highly experienced competitor.
And if we look, he tied his personal best on squat, despite coming in with some injuries. This is 5 kilos below his personal bench. Oh, moved well.
6 for 6, I think.
And the lift is.
I'd be surprised if it wasn't. There it is. It's
Went
good.
to cards. It was 2-1. I think there was a blue in the front.
And Danny Hines, 162.5 for his third bench.
And we have an experienced platform crew able to load the bar without technology, so hopefully we keep the meet running. Seems that the computers are working again. Danny, I was talking about that being 15th meets for Byron Wiley. This is Danny's 23rd competition.
Holy smokes.
He's not an old man by any means. 22 previous.
He's just been active.
Bars ready. Heinz 100.
Third squat escaped him. Let's see what he can do with this third bench press.
Fought through it, a little bit of a sticking point on the right. However, he got 3 white lights.
3 white lights, 3 for 3 in the bench press.
Nick Manners approaching. Again, it's been a roller coaster ride, the story of the event for us here.
Nick Manders.
162.5 for Nick.
Professional coach.
Sorry, 165. He'll be retaking this. He missed it on his second attempt. And if he hits this, he's still in the ball game and within reason to get onto Team Canada and register over 800.5. This is 5 pivotal kilos. If he misses, that's 5 more kilos he needs to deadlift. Now, he has a monstrous deadlift.
It wasn't a hard no in his second, and he can make it up on the deadlift. It wasn't a strength fail. It was a technical. I believe it was his butt came up. Let's see who can do it. That was a fast touch.
Let's see what the judges say.
What are we doing here? 2-1 on yellows.
And that's going to be difficult to come back from. Not impossible.
Coach Graham at the jury.
I didn't, you know what? I don't know if I saw his butt lift, although we don't know the infraction that it was. I mean,
The other card, the yellow card.
it could be a lot of things. There's just too many things to look at.
Jury's inquiring with the referees. The coach has challenged, so we'll see if that was a successful overturn or not.
Yeah, I mean, he has to challenge. This is going to keep Nick in the hunt for Team Canada. I'm very interested in seeing how this ends up. Look at Nick's deadlift. At times, it feels like there is no ceiling to it, but that's 5 kilos he doesn't have to deadlift.
Yeah, it's 3 misses thus far.
It's a lot of missing for Nick if he needs a personal best total. I know he's not feeling amazing today. He was sick, came in very light, showing a lot of heart, a lot of gumption. 165 stays on the bar for Rampton.
See, we were talking about it earlier, but he did go up by 10. That is a 10-kilo increase for all squats, 10-kilo increase for all benches. Rampton, Mr. Consistent. I wonder if he does it on deadlifts. Probably not as advantageous as it is with the bench, but here we go. Perfect, absolutely perfect bench press.
And the lift is good for Rampton.
Now we have 3 more benches left before we take our deadlift intermission. Ryan gets his calf week text. We head into our deadlifts for that head-to-head. Oh, it has been overruled.
Wow.
We
so
talked about it.
Nick Manners back in the hunt.
Oh my goodness, he got that crucial 5 kilos overturned by the jury.
And a cheer from the crowd once Gino announced that.
Much deliberation. However, it was a successful challenge by his coach Graham, and he is back in it with another 5 kilograms.
This is huge for Nick Manners. He has, with 260 and 165, been able to get close to that 800 kilo previously. It is definitely still on the table for him now, but that was pivotal.
He barely got both of his openers. He missed both of his seconds, and he came back somehow and got his thirds.
Insane heart being shown by Nick Manners. It's not over yet.
He's writing a story today.
On 175, missed 170, going up 5 kilos regardless.
All said and done, his profile says he is just doing this for the water slides, however.
And the lift is good.
Having fun in the hotels and in.
Yes.
Got 3 white lights. Very cheerful lifter.
All right.
Brandon Logan, 182.5. You know, with Adam being the national standard of the bench press, Brandon is not that far behind at 182.5.
182.5
No,
kilos.
especially if Adam leaves with just that 190. Now Nick picked up some extra kilos here. Adam needs those extra 5 kilos himself.
Yeah, there's just a 5 kilo projected difference. They're actually tied at this point formally. 765 each.
And we both know their eyes are on that 800.5. But first, Brennan Logan, 182.5.
Tie heading into that deadlift. Brandon, however, very fast press. We're going back to flags probably. And we have 3 white lights. That's a good lift. 195. So for the analog squad, that's 3 reds and a green.
Almost 2.5 times.
Adam Jansen, 195 kilos in a pivotal third attempt.
Bar is loaded.
If he's going to keep his IPF World's dreams alive, he needs to hit this.
5 kilos is a lot of kilos at this stage of the game. Nick is currently tied with him at 765 after subtotal. Shaky but smooth. Let's see what they say.
Yeah, it's the side judges and the butt lifting that we really got to pay attention to.
We got
No! Oh,
least 3 yellows.
3 yellows.
I wonder if there's something else we missed. It's unclear.
I didn't see the butt lift, but again, the yellow can mean a lot of different things, and we can't hear that conversation. 3 yellows, the jury can't even intervene.
Yeah.
And that'll conclude the bench press, and oh my goodness.
We are walking into a nail biter.
This is a nail biter for sure. Adam Jansen falling behind where Nick Manners somehow is finding another gear, collecting kilos, and keeping the dream alive. Don't go anywhere. We will be back in 10 minutes for the deadlifts and the conclusion for who's going to make Team Canada.
See you soon.
Samantha, 142.
And welcome back to the Western Canadian Championships 2024
She's a conventional puller.
as we pick up with the women's deadlifts.
Knocks it out, the lift is
Samantha, 142.5 kilos for opening pull.
Welcome back, Ryan.
good. All right.
Welcome back, Matt.
Look the bar for Chantel.
This is shaping up to be quite the final deadlift for all of our competitors here today under 76 Open and our 83 Open.
342 pounds bars.
Starting off with our 76 kilogram Open women class. Samantha was successful, 155 for Chantel. And as always, we're going to be prepared to have our first and second deadlifts just fly. Pace is going to pick up.
And that's 3 white lights. 3 white cards. Yes.
Technical issues here with the scoring system, but the referees are well versed and equipped with their cards to be able to analog call these calls. Seems like our ref lights are back up and alive. Kayla Livingston going up to 160 kilos on that bar.
160 kilos.
Now we're at a point here in the meet where we're on session 9. That platform has seen some stuff. You're not going to find the ideal position. We're still going to get it done.
Easy opener for Kayla.
Nice and smooth for Kayla.
Cards. Look at the cards, Kayla.
And we're back to cards. 3 white cards for Kayla Livingston. Christina Petito up next, 160 kilos.
All right, here comes Christina. Bars ready for Christina.
Now we're going to do our best. There we go. We're refreshed here. Christina's 160 kilos. Score sheet's being updated. Chantel's good. Kayla's good. Christina's 160. Seems like we're back to current digitally.
As soon as these ladies register their first deadlift, their totals are solidified.
Really nice.
Expect them to start taking some bigger jumps.
Cards.
All right. 162.5 called for both Animal and Victoria.
162.5 kilos for Animal.
Daniel Reed-Clavel, coach in the background there. Getting her ready, sending her off on for her opening attempt.
162.5.
162.5 for both Amal and Victoria. Amal having the lower lot number. She'll be taking it first.
Another nice lockout. 3 white lights for her.
162.5 again for Victoria. It says Zaniro.
Victoria.
And Victoria, again, she had some troubles earlier in the day, but she's come back very strong. Did miss her third bench, however, she is going to be looking to get that opening deadlift and secure a total after what was a near miss in that third squat. That was very quick opener, making short work of it. Solidifying her total here at CP Westerns 2024.
Michelle, 165 kilos.
Michelle Irvine up next, 165 for opening pull. There's Michelle.
Cards ready for Michelle.
Now looking ahead here, we have 2 lifters at 452.5 for projected total, fighting for bronze. Lily's up at 462.5, a little higher, and then Rashina's up, projected to be at 487.5 at this place. Now, the national record is probably out of the grasp, having Jess Bittner holding it, but they may be able to set some provincial deadlift records here today.
Yeah, when you're competing in the same weight class as Jessica Bittner, national records in the deadlift and total are going to be hard to come by. And Janelle Martins, 175 for opening pull.
Again, Janelle's one of the 4 athletes that may podium today, based on our projected totals at this point.
175 kilos, easy opener for her.
Easy openers, you hear Gino in the background.
Yeah, let that down nice, smooth, and easy.
The next lifter is Leah.
Leah Cameron, 175 for her opening pull.
Bars loaded for Leah.
Leah says her best total is 465, best deadlift is 190. See if she can beat that today. Confident setup, big pull. Easy set down, 3 white lights. Kayla number 2 up next. Kayla Boisvert.
Kayla, 177.5.
177.5 kilos for Kayla Boisvert.
Not sure, does she go anglicized or French? Is it Boisvert or Boisvert?
She had no French accent when I talked to her.
Well, there you go.
But doesn't mean she doesn't have a French background. So I'm not sure. Put a pin in that one.
177.5 either way.
I like the mismatched socks. Easy work at 177.5. Plenty left in the tank for her.
Up to 185 for Lily.
What do we have now? Lily, 185 kilos for Lily.
Now we have
Briggs, 185 for opening pull.
Her projected total 462.5 should she hit this. Janelle's at projected at 465, having completed her first opener and entered 187. So there will be a bit of a battle for the podium positions.
Who's getting a medal? What color will that medal be? Let's see how 185 moves for Lily. Pretty smooth.
That's Lily Riggs. The lift is good.
3 white lights, off to a good start. Rashina's our last lifter in flight A, deadlift 1.
Rashina.
195 kilos for Rashina.
Bars ready.
She missed her 3rd bench, but aside from that, she's having a stellar day.
Once Rashina hits this deadlift, all the ladies have a registered total.
Ripping, 3 white lights.
Easy opener for her. The lift is good.
Plenty more where that came from. And we're back at the top of the order for the second round of polls. Samantha, 152.5.
Samantha, then Chantel.
She told us earlier that, again, her goal today is just putting kilos on her total. I think she's done a good job of that. Her best is 345 thus far. And this shall bring her up to 352 if she gets it. Looking for that PR total.
Bars ready, Samantha, 152.5 kilos. Up next to Chantel. Another easy lift for her.
Handles that 10 kilo jump reasonably well. 165 now being loaded for Chantel Bingley.
Here comes Chantel, 165 kilos for Chantel.
As with all powerlifters, again, her goals are just to compete pain-free. I wonder if she's in pain right now or not. I guess we'll see. Looks pretty confident to me right now.
Bars loaded for Chantel.
I think being pain-free is the exception, not the rule within powerlifting.
All right, give her a round of applause.
Tough second, tough second.
Brakes came on early. 10-kilo jump. She's got one more deadlift to take another go at that.
167 and a half
And
kilos.
Christina Potito, 167.5.
Bars ready.
One of several lifters here today from Ontario. She's straight out of Toronto.
As soon as she wedged herself in, those weights left the ground,
Look at the cards.
and there was almost never any doubt.
There you go.
And 3 white cards. That's a good lift. Red judge having some technical issues.
Kayla Livingston, 170 kilos. 10-kilo jump from her opener.
Kayla, 170.
Said it before, we'll say it again. It's time to release the Kraken for Kayla Livingston. Kayla's a project manager. Let's see how she manages this barbell.
She's got the A7 t-shirt, the SBD socks.
Big ball.
This is good. And the Titan singlet.
3 white lights.
I would be shocked if it's not.
Mixture of cards and lights flying up right now. I saw at least 2 white cards. The lights are good there too.
172.5.
Ours loaded, 172 and a half kilos.
See our lifters today using the Met XT plates and an L-Eco bar. Combination of CPU approved, IPF approved equipment.
Looks all right.
Looks like she's going 8 for 8.
3 whites. Here comes the
Last
big
3 string of lifters there. Christina, Kayla, and Amal. All 3 of them 8 for 8 at this point.
172.5 for Victoria.
Victoria.
One of a couple comeback stories here today.
We're good.
Yeah, this session has been filled with comebacks.
Yes,
It's been hard to call.
Another smooth pull for her.
Vic.
172.5 going down. She'll increase that for third.
Michelle.
Michelle taking a 15-kilo jump, 165 to 180.
Michelle. Bars ready.
Here at the Moose Jaw Exhibition Grounds, we have a very large space to work with. You see a glimpse into the back room there. Again, 12 warm-up platforms for the 2 platforms. 12 warm-up sets of equipment, 12 warm-up sets of everything, lots of space. These lifters are very comfortable. A lot of patience, a lot of time for your warm-up attempts in the back, a lot of space to store your stuff. Really providing optimal warm-up opportunity for everybody. Michelle here looking very relaxed, ready to pull.
The width is good.
3 white lights. And again, that wedge breaks the weights off the ground. Smooth sailing after that. And 185 kilos? Or is this 80?
Yeah, that'd be 185 for Leah Cameron.
Yeah, Leah Cameron.
Ours loaded, Leah.
Now Leah is in 3rd place currently. She's got a total of 452.5. as does Janelle to follow, sitting in 4th on body weight. It's a good lift. Good lift for Leah, I think.
Leah hits. Now Janelle with 187.5, an opportunity to nudge ahead of Leah
3 white cards.
in a tight race for the podium.
Janelle. 187.5 kilos for Janelle. Bars ready.
Between the head table, the referees, the loaders, keeping this meet going with a mixture of cards and lights. Smooth loading. And of course, Captain Gino the Pirate in the background. Gino B all the way in from New York and New Jersey. I believe he resides in New Jersey these days. Calling many a session this week. Janelle 3 white lights. That's a neck and neck battle we have going here.
It's going to be tight.
Janelle.
Caleb Boisford, 190. So you're going to say?
I was just going to say, waiting for my sheet to update, just wanted to be sure. But it looks like Janelle's now 2.5 ahead of Leah, who is tied with, and Lily Riggs is also tied with Leah. So this is very neck and neck for the silver medal at this point. Assuming Rashina stays healthy. Well, she has secured a total, so we'll be fighting for silver medals.
Makes quick off the ground. A little bit of work at the lockout, but still pretty smooth.
Bit of a zigzag. Maybe it was just our eyes playing tricks on us with those white and black mismatched socks. Smooth 3 whites.
Lily Riggs, 195. Pacing for that silver, but she's under fire.
Here comes Kayla. 190 kilos for Kayla. No, Lily. Here comes Lily Riggs, 195. Lily Riggs.
I think we're going to have a few changes in our thirds. This will help set the table right here.
Kind of has a bit of a Carlina Tongatea set up there with her lats.
Don't think it went down at any point. Let's see what the judges say.
Can't see their cards.
What are we?
Did you catch them?
3 whites.
3 whites.
They didn't go up yet.
Lily waiting patiently. 3 white lights.
205
Rashina,
kilos for Rashina. Bars ready.
205 kilos for a second deadlift. Getting awfully close to that 500 kilo total. Should she get this? 497.5.
205 kilos, 451 pounds. She gets this, she's at 90 AGL points, going for that 100 on the day. It looks like that was pretty smooth. We'll see what the referees say. That looks like 3 white cards. And we're starting our thirds. Now, the difference between our thirds compared to our first and our seconds is that the spotters and loaders will be scraping and cleaning that bar between every single third attempt. Rayston has a second microphone going. Technical issues, we're going to start calling the weights from the table. Make sure everybody's on the same page. There's also many opportunities for changes in our third round. Athletes are able to change their attempts 2 times as long as the weight does not go down on the bar.
162.5 as Samantha kicks off the final round of deadlifts in the 76 kilo class.
This is good.
3 whites.
165 on the bar for Chantel. Christina's on deck. Caleb
165 being loaded for Chantel Bingley.
This is where experience loading weights without technology has to come into play for these guys. You have to know what ends in a blue. Loaders are fast regardless.
Chantel missed this on her second
Bars
attempt.
ready.
She's getting excited.
Chantel.
She knows she has a bit of a Bit of work ahead of her here. That 165 did not move far. First time up. Let's see if she can get it this time.
Nope,
Give her
not
a round
today.
of applause.
Not quite there for her today.
Christina's your next lifter. Kayla's on deck. I'm Holmes and Hole.
172.5 being loaded for Christina to wrap up her day. If she hits it, she'll finish with 397.5.
Bars loaded for Christina.
Let's go, Christina. You got this, girl.
Here, the champ Brittany Schlater in the background, cheering her on. She's got a sumo stance, taking her time, setting up. Just not there, unfortunately.
Give her a round of applause.
She went 8 for 9, a good day for herself.
The ladies pushing themselves to the limit here in the final round of pulls.
Going on to Kayla Livingston now. Kayla's loaded up 177.5. Current total is 397.5, so she's hoping to break that 400 kilo barrier, put her at 405 if she is successful here on her third.
Bars loaded.
Kayla Livingston. 177.5.
It's a sticking point, but she fights through it.
Kept it in her hand. Let's see what the referees say. They gave her 3 whites. 3 white cards. I really thought it was about to drop from her hand, but she held on. Impressive, very impressive. So we have 182.5 for Amol and then Victoria, respectively, unless there's a change. Amol should be first at 182.5
Next two
kilos.
lifters have the same weight, 182.5. Bars ready. I'm sorry. Sorry. Stop. Stop.
Missing 1.25 on the sides. Good catch from our spotter team.
Bars loaded.
Angel hands. Dustin Fraser
Bars
with
loaded, 182.5.
catch there.
Next is Victoria.
A lot of fan support for her in the crowd. When that music stops and it's time to go, a little psychological effect there. You get to reset, tune into the next lift, shake on your way up.
Oh, it's a fight to lock it out if she can get her shoulders back and hips through, but that is,
Give her a round of applause.
That was
you know, if I'm honest, it looked like there was some down up, and it just wasn't going to pass regardless. Would have been a moral victory should she locked it out.
It counts as strongman, they say, almost. Yeah, I think she went down about 3 different times before it dropped for good. That was a good struggle.
Victoria back, looking to end her day with a 182.5 kilo pull. It would bring her to 417.5 total.
Yeah, Victoria, again, she's been on a roller coaster ride, as have some of our other lifters as well. She's a grip and rip puller, and it is looking like she might go all the way. Let's see what our judges say.
The lifters
3 white cards. She's feeling good right now. 190 kilos to be loaded for Michelle Irvine.
Bars loaded.
Quick
for
load, quick clean.
Michelle.
Michelle's coming out now. 190 kilos.
Next is Leah.
Now Michelle is an 8 for 8 day so far. I wonder if she can pull it off here. It might be the first 9 for 9 we get. Take that back. Kayla Livingston did accomplish that already. Michelle sets herself up, sets the belt up. Bit of a slide in her fingers there. I wonder if that's a factor. That left hand.
Round of applause.
There was a little bit of down up. Started coming out of her hands.
No more changes.
And just unable to get it much past the
2
knees.
more lifters left to make changes. Light B. Take the bar to 192.5 for Leah. Janelle's on deck. Kayla's in the hole.
Leah Cameron up
Leah,
next.
192.5
192.5 for her final pull. This will give her a 470 kilo total.
Scoping up for the coaches at the table, see if there's going to be any further changes.
She gets up on the podium with a bronze medal.
Going from 4 to 3.
Give her a round of applause.
Not there today, unfortunately, for her.
Go to bar to 195 for Janelle.
Janelle.
Kayla's on deck. Lily's in the hole. Lifters make Light B. You have 1 lifter remaining to change your opening attempt.
Tag team combination between
Janelle.
Gino and Reyeston right now.
195 for Janelle Martins. Finishing with 472.5. Should she hit
Janelle
it?
pulls this up. She goes from bronze
She'll be
to
tying-
silver.
she'll be
In a
tying
one
Lily
silver.
Riggs on
She
body
starts
weight.
pulling. Give her a round of applause.
Temporarily
She wants the silver
pulling
medal.
herself into the
After her
silver
comes
medal
Kayla.
position. If she can hit this. Several lifters left to go after her, though. Could be a shakeup.
Pull.
All right. I think that's a good
locked
lift.
out. That should do it.
Let's see what Lily does.
And then Steve, silver medal. The lifters go
2 to 1.
Silver medal, but Lily Riggs still the pole.
Change. Chief, we have a change.
See what we say for a change. Again, our lifters are able to change their attempt 2 different times in the 3rd round of deadlifts.
Hold on, John.
Kayla
Hold on.
Boisvert, 197.5. But we have a change.
197.5 for, is that Lily Riggs?
Lily Riggs
Lily Riggs.
will take 197.5.
Riggs.
She's going to bump Kayla in the
Gino.
order.
Kayla's on deck. Rashina's in the hole.
Lily has the lower lot number, so she's changed her attempt to match Kayla Boisvert.
Bars loaded for
Previously,
No more changes.
lifter on deck. Lily will beat Kayla at the 197.5 mark due to the lower lot number. And we'll see how she does. This is for the silver medal.
Lily. Come on, Lily.
She was in 2nd. She's in 3rd. Will she bring herself back to 2nd? Is this a silver medal
Just an
pull?
inch away from that silver. Can she get her shoulders back? Refusing to quit. Tons of heart, but it is too much on the day. In bronze it is. And that's how you go out.
Give her a round of applause to that.
All comes down to the final moment.
That's a power.
That is
Literally can see
sportsmanship.
blood vessels broken on her face.
I hope she is all right. That was a long grind.
Same weight on the bar. 197.5 for Kayla.
Tons of heart here
Rashina
on display at the Western Canadian Championships. And Kayla Boisvert, 197.5 for her final pull.
Come on, Kayla.
Kayla's sitting in 6th. She'll stay in 6th, but this is for a 9 for 9 day for herself. All the way from Ottawa, Ontario. Looking to hit 9 for 9.
Can she lock it out? Another fight here, and she's refusing to quit as well.
Applause.
Unfortunately, that's a no for her.
Take the bar up to 212.5 kilos for Rashina. Rashina will be followed by
Rashina.
Carson and Rainier.
212.5 kilos to end off at 505. Already has a gold medal locked up. And a reminder, we will move directly into the men's 83 kilo deadlift session with no break.
212.5 kilos for Rashina. Give her a round of applause.
hometown hero here. She wants the crowd to get into it. She's got family. She's got friends out here.
And 505 it is. Sheena, your Western Canadian Championships 2024 champion in the 76 kilo class.
What an amazing performance from Machina, the Grzybowski, earning that 505 kilo total.
Moving directly now into the men's 83s.
Okay. 210 kilos for Carson Wendell up first. So Carson has had a sticky meet so far. 1 squat, 1 bench. Let's see him go 3 for 3 on the deadlift and get some redemption here. That's the start he wants.
Lift his hook for Carson.
All right.
Up to 220 kilos for Ray, Paul on deck, followed by Jordan.
220 being loaded now for Renier. Bartolome.
Now, Rashina finished her session with 99 GL points, which is exceptional. Adam and Nick are both sitting at 106 at this point. This is before they've even started, assuming they get their first deadlifts. Rainier here, 220 loaded. See how his opener goes. He's doing double overhand hook grip. It was 3 white lights.
3 white lights, the lift is good.
Paul's asking for 230 kilos. Jordan's on deck. Jeremy's in the hole. Bars loaded.
Again, we have 13 lifters in the session.
Yeah, 230 kilos loaded for Paul. It's a big session, and that's going to favor the big pullers like Nick Manders. Nick opening with 340. That's what he opened up with at IPF Worlds in Malta last summer. Finished with 367.5.
Paul up here with 230.
Nice
Confident start. Hard block
out.
out, 3 white lights. Now Jordan and Jeremy will each take 235 for their openers. Now, how was your investigative journalism during the break there, Ryan?
Are we talking about calf week?
We might be.
He said he's dying watching. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. When you got a guy like Nick Manders, whose top-end deadlift is, some days has no ceiling. It can be hit and miss, though.
The sporting event of his life, hey? It is a spectator sport, powerlifting. CPU Westerns 2024, presented by SBD, Inner Strength Products, Olympia In-Depth Performance, and the City of Moose Jaw.
Jordan Zier, 235.
Another hook gripper sumo puller, and the lift is good.
That's a good lift.
So after their opening pulls, both Adam and Nick will be tied with 765 kilos as a total.
Oh, good, you're back.
I went to Nick's coach, Graham, and I said, well, how did you get that done? He said, I remember what you told me, Matt. You told me, be aggressive with the jury. You did it so. It was overturned, and Nick is now back in the hunt for that world spot.
It's good advice, necessary at times. Jeremy Burns, 235.
This is good for Jeremy.
This is definitely the first Western Championships we've had a 5-person jury at before. The personnel pool in the Canadian Powerlifting Union has getting deeper and deeper. The amount of Cat 1, Cat 2 referees we have amongst all of our nationals is getting quite impressive. From an officiating standpoint, Canada's up there with the best in the world country-wise.
Rampton, 240 for his opening pull.
Rampton, Mr. Consistency with his 10-kilo jumps.
And that looks all right. 3 white lights for Rampton.
Very smooth. See what he enters next. If it's not 250, I'm going to be disappointed. I know he's got more in the tank, though.
Brendan Logan, 255 kilos for his opening pull.
Bars loaded for Brendan. 562 pounds.
That's what an opener should look like.
Yeah, Brandon's sitting in 5th place. He's doing well. Not out of the running entirely for the podium.
265 after Byron,
But he'd have to catch up to Ann and to Danny Hines. 265 for Byron now. And Byron's still fighting those injuries. Multiple injuries. The 38-year-old lifter competing with the young 24-year-olds. Wearing our meat t-shirt here. Inner strength and SPD stamps on the shoulders.
This guy gets a good sumo pull.
Out of Evolve in Edmonton.
Oh, a little bit of a bobble. I don't know if the weight came up and down, though.
Yeah.
Nope, 3 white lights.
One of those twitchy finishes. Don't like to see people, you don't like to see your lifters lose that at the top there.
On 267.5 for his opening pull.
He and Danny both doing 267.5. They're battling 3 and 4 right now. Danny does have the higher lot number.
That's going to be an advantage. He's also slightly heavier, so he's got the lot number advantage, but he doesn't on body weight.
Another game of medallions here. We have 705 versus 707.5 for their totals at this point.
Nice pull, fast.
Confident start for him. And Danny Nut just 2 point. Sorry, same weight on the bar. Total just 2.5 less. Neck and neck battle for that bronze medal.
Come on, let me hear you. Come on, Danny.
Assuming Adam and Nick hit their opening deadlifts.
Let's go, Danny.
We'll put a pin in that, and I'll tell you the story between Adam and Nick's deadlifts when we get there. But first, Danny Hines, 267.5.
Oh, yeah.
Smooth and easy.
Very fast. He said, let's go. He's excited and he's confident. Nathan Lee, 275.
Danny Hines, a slight lead in bronze medal position. But he's got a neck and neck battle with On to get onto the podium. Nathan Lee, 275 for his opening pull.
Bars ready.
Pivotal 5 red deadlift, 275 kilos.
Almost 3.5 times his body weight.
He's got a sort of wider shoulder set, but he's still gripping on the smooth there.
Beautiful. And the lift is good.
Now, Adam Jansen, 290 kilos for his opening pull. Adam attempted 290 as his opening pull at Worlds, but missed his second and thirds due to grip.
Over 3.5 times his
If
body
he's
weight.
going to have a return to the IPF Worlds, he needs to hit those second and third deadlifts
This will net him a 765 kilo total.
How about a round of applause for Adam?
He needs at least 801. And that depends on also what Nick ends up. And Nick's opening with 340.
They both had technical issues so far, but yeah, Adam, a bunch of yellow cards on that second and third bench press, unfortunately. Let's see if he can make it up here. That is a confident opener for himself.
What I will say about Adam, on the bench press, had some technical issues, but the strength looked there.
Absolutely.
And judging on that 290, he's got room on his deadlift. It's going to be pivotal on these selections. At Worlds, he went from 290 to 305 and then started failing. I'm very interested in seeing what he does for his second and thirds here today. Nick Manders, 340. And that is also where he opened up at Worlds. Both these gentlemen starting off the deadlift session, just like they did in Malta 2023. But where will they end up?
Nick Manners, a roller coaster of a day.
That's to say the least.
He's poised. His opener's been shaky but successful thus far. Let's see what he does with his deadlift.
And that was smooth.
That's
a
the
lot
Nick
more
we
in the
know.
tank. 3 white lights. I think he's got a lot more in him. You gotta think, does Nick conserve his energy if he's been sick and just go all in with the final pull, because we know he wants no less than 301. I wonder how they're gonna play this. He's been sick, his body weight is low, he's had a sketchy day. Do they go all in for that? Or do they hit something on the in-between?
Well, we have a projected total of 801 entered for a second.
You know, I think it's the best idea.
You called it, Ryan.
I gotta be honest with you. He's got very little in the tank at this point. Carson Wendell.
And Adams projected just at
225.
785 here. He could come all down to thirds. Oh, Carson had a 1 for 3 squat, a 1 for 3 bench, potentially on his way for that for the deadlift. Fortunately, just not his best day.
Yeah, to your point, Adam Jansen, 310, will put him at 785. And at the World Championships, Adam Jansen put in 305 for a second and missed. He's never hit 310 before, and he's got 310 for a second.
That said, his opener was quite quick.
It was, but that's still a pretty big jump, 20 kilos. A lot can happen in 20 kilo difference. Rainier, 232.5. It's going to be interesting, my friend.
I'm excited. Quite a grind from Rainier. Let's see what the referees say. 2-1 on lockout. Unfortunately, did not quite get locked out of the top there. Quite a grind. Just could not roll those shoulders back.
Yeah, the shoulders are slightly slumped forward looking at that replay. And Jeremy Burns, 242.5 for his second pull. So Nick Manders, a Canadian record in his second deadlift with 376, but the bigger picture, he's going to take one Titanic go for that 801.
It's only 36 kilos.
He's done it before.
It's a big pull for Nick. Huge. Is that 10% increase? Almost. We'll see how he does, though. He's done more impressive things than this.
Yeah, I mean to say when I say he's done it before, obviously Canadian record hasn't done that weight, but he's done Titanic pulls, Titanic jumps. At Worlds, he jumped from 340 to 367.5.
Bar starting.
This is still, it's bigger today. Does he have it in him?
I think we'll find out shortly. I think he's got it. 801 is not that far away.
Paul Pitolis, 245.
That said, his day has been filled with awful second attempts. He comes back on those thirds, but his seconds have been rough.
Yeah, he's treating this second like a third, though. Maybe that's a strategy.
Potentially. It's all a psychological game at this point for these guys.
And what might Calf we be thinking watching this at home?
Oh, God.
As Nick loading up 801.
I don't know. He's probably going to have to watch his heart rate at this point. He's going to have to take an aspirin, lay down.
I can only imagine. Jordan Zier, 250 for a second attempt.
Hope he's sitting with a friend, taking some deep breaths and just spectator sport event of the year for his lifetime, maybe for Kafui.
Yeah, it's very few times you're going to watch a live stream and be as stressed as Kafui is right now.
Thoughts and prayers are with you, Kafui, on your couch.
250 for Jordan.
Come on, Jordan. And Jordan's lift is good.
First 9 for 9 of the
lights.
session for Jordan's here. Everybody else had some trouble, but Jordan's our first 9 for 9 of the event. Very impressive showing for him.
Oh, we got one more round of dead, sir.
Oh my goodness.
I think it's because
I think we're so excited.
It's because
I just can't hide it.
no, it's because Nick's trying to lock it up with his
Sure
second.
is. Feels like thirds.
Well, it kind of is for Nick. Although if he misses, he'll have another go, but it'll be difficult to envision 376 moving twice. Rampton, 255.
Atypical 15 kilo jump for Rampton here, but his first was very quick. Let's see how his second looks. Very controlled. That's Nick Commander's coach Graham Gerlach doing double duty,
3 white lights.
as many a great coach will do.
Brandon Logan,
Brandon
267.5
Logan.
for his second attempt.
267.5 kilos.
Yeah, both Nick and Adam on the second attempts already PR territory for both of them.
Bars ready for Brandon.
At regional meet, we have an opportunity to see possibly 5+ athletes all getting 100 GL points or more. Very, very steep competition here today. Brandon,
Lift is good.
successful lift for himself. Now, Ann is battling with Danny for the bronze medal spot. Currently, he has 7:05. Currently, Danny has 7:07.5. This will take him to 7:22.5, which is a big gap. Danny's entered 2.5 more than that to take him to 7:25 if he is successful. These guys are going neck and neck. Pair of coaches battles here today.
Ondin, 285 on the bar.
Been impressed with On's ability to stay very cheerful. He's been very happy. It seems like he's enjoying himself today. See if that mentality takes him all the way to the bronze medal. That was a quick second.
Wow, he's got a lot more in the tank, doesn't he?
And the
Very
lift is
confident.
Good, 2-1.
Very, very confident. Byron, 285, same weight.
Byron,
Two of-
285.
2 of 3 lifters hitting 285 here. Tighten the collar moments for those spotters, those
Bars
loaders.
ready.
So the little things that might throw off, or that might throw Danny off, having just such quick loads between. He might be thinking he's got 2, 3, 4 minutes, and it's only taking these loaders 10 seconds to tighten the collars. Could throw him off. He's just starting to chalk up now. In the back, we can see he's a veteran though. He's done this 22 times. One thing I did want to say about Nick, this is his 19th competition. He's a very young old man.
Wow,
Byron very confident
he's
there.
happy with
Lift is
that.
good.
That was a sassy unclasping of the belt.
Heinz,
Danny Hines, 285 as well.
Come on, Danny.
One of the best flexes in powerlifting is when you pop that SBD belt after a successful deadlift. Danny very confident himself. Very vocal crowd, full of fans here for Danny today. Local Saskatchewan. Double overhand, hook grip puller.
That's a nice second attempt. He's got a little more room from there.
Good pick for Danny. It'll be competitive for that bronze in the thirds. We'll probably see a change or two, depending on what happens with On's attempt.
Lee, 290.
290 kilos now for Nathan Lee.
Bars ready.
I noted this with Nathan last time. It's quite a narrow grip for a wide-shouldered man.
Yeah, I agree.
Not always preferable to pull off the Alico sticker.
First attempt, had no issues getting his shoulder back, but let's see if it becomes an issue as the weight gets heavier. Yeah.
Slippery.
It's slippery on the grip. The shoulder's a little jumbled.
He'll take that back for the gym. Now Adam's coach has called for a bar clean.
So 310 kilos for Adam Jansen. This will be a personal best for him.
683 pounds, 310 kilos.
It'll bring him up to 785. So he'll need 16 more kilos after hitting this, and he's already in PR territory. This is a big ask.
Does not seem phased at this point. Let's see how this pull goes.
Well, he's come this far, and he had to know he's going to need some big pulls. It was grip that was the issue in Malta.
Oh, it's not there. Oh, boy.
Oh, wow.
Give him a round of applause.
And
almost took the cameraman out on his way down there.
Take a look at this number up here.
Shades of Malta missed his second. He'll have another go. And Nick Manners, 376. It's all come down to this. If Nick hits this, he'll have 801 and punch his ticket for the IPF World Championships in Lithuania. What a dramatic day it's been for Nick Manders. Does he have one more miracle in him?
From the other side. We ran out of reds.
The entire venue is on their feet. There's a wave of supporters. The cell phones are out.
Do you believe it? What a performance if Nick can pull this off.
Everybody, give him a round of applause.
Nick Manders.
4.6 times his body weight.
This would be a legendary performance
Canadian national record.
if he can pull this off.
36 kilo jump. All-time Canadian record. He's set. Oh,
He'll have another go at it though.
he didn't burn himself out. That can be said. Maybe he didn't feel it. Maybe he wasn't sure what was going on there. He did not go all out. He has one more shot.
Wow.
I told you, he's not doing seconds today. We'll see what he's got on his third.
And Adam Jansen also has one more pull, but they have 310 in there. Now you could change your last deadlift, but if Adam hits 310, he finishes with 785, and you have to think he's not here looking for a podium finish or any kind of medals at the Western Canadian Championships. He's here for the IPF World Championships.
Final pulls.
Carson Wendell, 225 for his
The
final
bar's ready
pull.
for Carson. 496 pounds. Give Carson a round of applause.
Maybe Adam puts in 326 at the last minute. I guess we'll see.
It'd be a huge ask. It's a massive PR if he should hit that. But
What you got to lose at this point?
All right, give him a round of applause.
I mean, honestly, he knew 801 was going to punch his ticket, and that's a massive deadlift for Adam, but it is why we're here.
Stranger things have happened.
Stranger things have happened.
But we have another 12 or 11 attempts before we get there. So we have Rainier Bartolome doing his third attempt here, 232.5. He missed his second.
For Rainier. Give him a round of applause.
Coming back out. It was a lockout issue his first time. His second time out there. See if he can fix the lockout.
All right, give him a round of applause.
Too much on the day.
Jeremy, 247.5. He had some troubles in the squat and the bench with his seconds and thirds. He is 2 for 2 on the deadlifts. Let's see if he can get a 3 for 3 deadlift performance.
247.5 kilos. After Jeremy comes Paul. The bar is ready.
Not there today for him, unfortunately.
252.5 for Paul
Patilos.
Keeping an eye on the score table just to see if our bronze medalists or their coaches are making any attempt changes. Looks like Adam's coach is there.
All right, 252.5 kilos.
Might be the change we're waiting
Adam
for.
Jansen changed it to 322.5, so his total will be 797.5. That can't be right.
Coach just approached again. Maybe he did make a second change. Maybe that's what that was. It's unclear.
Yeah, there must have been either a miss. They wrote it down, calculated wrong. They could change it twice.
Guess we'll see in a couple
All
minutes.
right, ready for Paul. Here comes Paul, 252.5.
Paul's coming out, 252.5.
Give him a round of applause.
And you know, Nick already has the win on total right now. On body weight, they're tied. Nick has the body weight win. Maybe Adam does slide in there and try and get the win for the day.
I don't think so, sir. I don't think leaving with the gold medal Western Canadian Championships was his goal coming in. And I don't think he's changing that.
Give him a round of applause.
There's all angles at this Canadian Western Championships. I wonder how Kafui's doing at home.
Probably having a mild heart attack.
Jordan.
260 for Jordan Zier. Sorry, go ahead.
I hope that aspirin's kicked in for him.
Yeah. I'll check in on him afterwards.
He's got to get to Worlds to get to Worlds.
Yeah.
Ready for Jordan.
And Nick Manders has got another go at 376. You wonder how much he's got in the tank. Jordan Zier, 260.
There is no update on our screen for Adam, so
You got to think.
as it stands, 322.5 is what he's got.
It's whoa. Nice pull here by Jordan. He leans so far back. There we go. 2-to-1's good. The thing with that 322.5, it gives him 797.5. They might as well.
2.5 kilos.
I mean, because
Then
Nick is
Brandon.
going 376, so it's kind of a random number to try to beat Nick. I don't think so. I think they're going to change that. But
It's an odd choice.
Rampton, 262.5. It's an odd choice.
Maybe it keeps the loaders close to the. I don't know. We'll see when we see.
You're struggling for some theories here.
It's a reach. It doesn't make sense.
I don't think it's sticking.
Give him a round of
A little
applause.
too much on the day. We have not had very many hits here. As a matter of fact, we've only had one.
For Brandon.
In the
After
final
Brandon
round of
comes
deadlifts.
Nathan. Brandon's got 270.
Brendan Logan,
5
275. Looking to go a perfect 9 for 9.
Now I see Danny Heinz's coach is sitting at the table waiting to change that third if he needs to. They are going to be fighting for that bronze medal.
Come on, Brandon. 606 pounds. Let's go, Brandon.
Nice final pull for Brendan Logan.
Brandon,
9 for 9 day.
was good. All right, here comes Nathan.
Nathan missed it on grip last time.
90 kilos.
Nathan Lee, 290 kilos.
Wonder if he switches his grip a little bit. It's hard to do that on game day, but that Alico sticker is slippery.
Bars loaded.
Anticipation is building here for these final attempts. Nathan.
Oh, looks like he made the proper
Is that
adjustment.
redemption?
That looked better.
2-to-1. It's a good lift. Coach Cassioli is thrilled. Nathan's happy.
Change.
Now,
Here's the change.
Daniel
We have an
Hines,
attempt change, Chief.
we have an attempt change,
I saw at
actually.
least one, maybe two changes there. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let me put a pause here. Okay, so Adam Jansen
Should
did
be
change,
Danny Hines,
and now he's
690
pulling
now.
for the win. Well, not just the win, but to go to Lithuania on Team Canada, and that makes sense, and I knew that was coming. So here's Danny Hines, 290. It'll give him 730, potential bronze medal, with On left to pull after him, if temporarily in bronze medal position. But he needs this. Oh.
Give a round of applause.
I'm still in third for now. Let's see what
Now,
On does.
Yeah, On, I'm expecting he can no, he can't lower after this, so.
Byron, 295.
On will pull to get himself onto the platform, but first, Byron Wiley, 295.
The wily veteran.
Oh, wow,
Well,
nicely
ready.
done, sir.
This is our 9th try. Should have got it 8 attempts ago.
Everybody give Byron a round of applause.
He's doing great. 8 for 8 thus far. Let's see if he can lock in that 9 for 9. Seated lower, he's at 8th for now.
Give him a round of applause.
Lost it at the knees, unfortunately. Shaking the hands of the referees.
297.5 being loaded now for On, who's going to try to pull himself onto the podium and end off with
Hey, On's in fourth
735.
place. On's in fourth place. If he pulls this up, he gets the bronze medal.
Can he get onto that podium and
Rise
grab that
loaded,
bronze medal from
pulled
Denny
on.
Hines?
We'll see. He's been a very confident lifter today, it's been mentioned. Second was great. 12.5 is not a significant jump. Definitely doable, definitely feasible. It's up to him. This is his weight to drop.
It looks like he's pulled himself onto the podium after all.
Wow. 3 white lights.
Nice dramatic finish as On caps off his day with 735, pulling himself into bronze medal position. And Adam Jansen,
Story of the day.
27.5 kilos, a massive PR for him to end off with 802.5.
Huge jump. Nothing is impossible. He'd like to prove that today. Well, let's say he gets it. Nick has to be bumped up at that point.
Come on, everyone! Give him a round of applause!
Missed 310 on his second,
I'd like to see nothing more than for both of these boys to get their next and final deadlifts.
moving up 17.5 kilos from that missed second. It's a major ask, but it's the only move he has.
All right, no lift.
But he had to do that. He had to load up. It's why he came here. And I respect the decision making on him and his team. One more shot now. Nick Manders,
He's in first.
376.5.
All the marbles, along with the gold medal.
He'll end off with 801.
4.6 times his body weight, 828.9 pounds. We got chips on the bar. It's the last pull of the
828.9 pounds by an 83 kilo lifter.
Moments like these are what it's all about, Nick.
The world team spot.
It's a huge ask.
Nick Manders, a round of applause. Everybody, get on your feet. Let him hear you.
Nick lets out a battle cry.
376 kilos.
A little too much on the day.
Composes himself, walks away like a champion.
And Nick will finish with the gold medal overall, tying Adam Jansen on body weight. And what a rivalry it has been between Adam and Nick
Now, so close, they literally had the exact same total with Nick winning on body weight and Kafui Hochiyame, the third king, if you will. And these three have some unfinished business. But first, Kafui, are we going to Lithuania?
I think we're at 4 years and counting on this rivalry. I hope it goes to 10.
On platform 1.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today. We'll see you next